I think like the short plan, city scripted. I think like the short plan, city scripted.
This time we'll call to order this special meeting of Saturday, April 2nd, 2022. Councilmember Burns, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Perez,
Present.
Mayor Velasquez,
Here.
Councilmember Resendez,
Here.
Councilmember Burns,
Here.
City Manager Miller,
Here.
and the record will show Councilmember Morales is absent. Verification of agenda posting. The amended agenda for the City of Hollister City Council special meeting of April 2nd, 2022 was posted on the bulletin board at City Hall on March 30th, 2022 at 4:35 p.m. per Government Code Section 54956. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go and move to item A1.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This item is for Galvin College to discuss their project and the possibility of bringing sewer to their project. Just kind of a reminder, this would require a change of our sphere of influence and a change to our general plan to move forward. But I will bring up Dr. Rose.
Good morning, council members. Damon Fleece and I are very happy to be here and very happy to be invited back to speak with you today about the San Benito County campus. We have a slide deck that we would like to show you that I know you're familiar with, but I think it'll give you context for what we'd like to talk with you about today. So if the slide deck could be shown. Oh, wrong school. Okay. There we are. Thank you so much for bringing the slide deck up. So I'm told I can advance the slides from here. Is that correct?
Yeah. Should be able.
All right. Thank you so much. So today's April 2nd. We're happy to be here. Damon Fleece, as you know, is our project and construction manager for the San Benito County campus. And Damon's been around for a while. I think you probably all know Damon. So Damon's a man that does not need a lot of introduction, but he's been involved in our campus project here since the beginning. And so Damon, do you want to talk a little bit about what design build is?
Sure. And I mentioned this the last time I was here. It's just a different delivery method where instead of the owner being in contract with the architect, separate from the contractor, it's a team. So they have an entity. So the design build entity is the architect and the contractor team together. And then we give them specifications on what the district wants. And then they put a design together based off of a guaranteed maximum price. So they basically design to the budget that we give them. So it's a little bit different than I think I talked about before, design, bid, build. So I just like to let people know about the different delivery method that we're using out there.
You have a handout?
I do. So I have, so for whatever reason, our schedule did not, it doesn't give the information, all the information.
Thank you. So while you're receiving this, I want to make sure that the point is emphasized that this campus is slated to open in spring 2024. That has always been our original opening date. This is what we've been working towards since the bond was passed in 2018, and everything is on time to move forward according to that construction timeline. Damon, do you want to walk through the timeline?
Sure. So just kind of where we're at right now, we went through a vetting process with the community, a number of meetings to get to a set of documents. So we go through a bunch of different phases for approval from the board. The board approved what we call 95% CDs or construction documents. They're not 100 until we get approval from the state. So right now they're at the state, they're with DSA. Schools are governed by the Division of State Architects. That's where the documents are right now. So they were submitted actually at the beginning of February. Originally, they were going to be submitted at the end of December. There was some issues with what was submitted, so we had to resubmit to them, and we can't just walk them in like you could walk them in next door. We have to set up an appointment with the Oakland office to be able to submit them. So they're in Oakland right now under review. We're hoping to get them back in October or November of this year so that we can start construction. So once the documents are received back to the design build entity, they will give us a final guaranteed maximum price based off of comments made by DSA. We never submit a set of documents that don't get some sort of comment. Hopefully those comments do not increase the cost, but we do have contingencies in there for that. We'll get a guaranteed maximum price. The board will then approve that, and then we'll be able to start construction on the building.
So you're familiar with our site, beautiful 77-acre parcel at Fairview Corners. And there's a lot happening out there now as we prepare for infrastructure, which is one of the reasons why we're here today to talk with you about sewer specifically. This is our site plan. You've seen it before. It is available on our Measure X website, and it shows the roadway as well as the campus footprint, 35,000 square feet. I want to really focus on the fact that this facility is more than just a building out there. It will be a place where students can come and completely finish degrees and certificates for the first time in Hollister for years and years and years. So 10 classrooms, a community space, and I'm going to talk more about that in a little bit.
Just real quick on this here, it was brought up before on that last one. We've talked to COG, so we're getting, there will be public transit that will go out there. There is a bus turnout that's in this parking lot. So we're working with COG right now at getting public transit out to the campus.
So let's talk about septic and sewer. Damon?
Sure. So back one.
Oh, sorry.
So right now we are designing a septic system that will meet the needs for the building. We're using a local engineer who's doing that design. She's been talking with environmental health about it. So because the district cannot tie into the city infrastructure, our only other option is to do septic. And because we're not in the sphere and we're in the county, that is allowed. Now there's rumors out there that it's illegal or you can't do it. The system is not more than 10,000 gallons. The tanks are not more than 10,000 gallons. It's less than that. So it's not a regional issue. It's a local thing. It's a local issue. It is not going to be an issue for the campus or for the district to be able to do it. So that right now, that is the process that we're going through is septic, a septic system out there.
And we know you have questions about that, and we'll get to that here in a little bit. But to provide a little more information about that, as you all know, when the bond was passed, the San Benito County campus was our first project. It always was. And so we had received a letter from the city that indicated that we would be able to partner in infrastructure. We understand that that letter was rescinded for reasons that we understand. But now time has passed and we want the project to continue and be open by 2024. So we need to keep to our timeline and we need to keep to our budget. And so we have talked about septic with all of our partners, and we've also reviewed it with our bond counsel. And we want to go forward with the septic system, but we would like to have the ability to connect with city sewer in the future. And we want to know what those steps are. And we're hoping that you can help us with those steps. The district, in order to, if we were to do that now and not do septic, the district would have to go out for additional funds for offsite improvements. And we should have started that a long time ago in order to maintain our construction timeline. And of course, we hope to build beyond 2024 on the 77 acres out there. But of course, that will be another president, another bond, another phase of the life. So we wanted to make sure that you knew that we are very interested in continuing the conversation about sewer, but we are going to go forward with septic. Do you want to talk about this? You want me to talk about this?
Go ahead, and I
Okay.
can fill in as needed.
So this shows you a little bit about the building layout, and I'm going to show you some pretty pictures here in a minute, but it shows you all the lecture classrooms as well as 4 lab classrooms that will be available on site. First labs that we've had here in San Benito County in many years, as well as outdoor spaces that are suitable for performance and also a community room. This is the entrance. The entrance is an open entrance. It takes you into a large lobby area. The lobby area is designed like this. It provides food pantry, counseling services, textbooks, gallery, a place for gathering for students. This is the community room. The community room will be able to be open and used to everyone in San Benito County. It will also be a place where our board can meet. This gives you an idea of what the labs will look like, and the computer spaces will have a comprehensive teaching and learning center, as well as tutorial and lab spaces for students to use all kinds of distance education technology. This shows you what a science lab looks like. We'll be able to do chemistry, physics, anatomy, physiology, and career education programs, water technology, digital media, et cetera. And then this is the South Terrace. This is the terrace that opens up to a beautiful vista of our property out there. It will be an area where we can have outdoor events. The community can have outdoor events. We can have a spot for outdoor movies and other productions. So we're excited about that. And so that's it. We wanted to just give you a quick overview, show you pictures again, give you the context of where we are with the project. And now we are open to your questions.
Thank you. Any questions from council? Mr. Burns, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. I truly appreciate it. At the very beginning of your presentation, you talked about how you were deviating from your normal build process, and you talked about bid.
Design, bid, build.
There we go. Why did you deviate, and what's the advantage or benefit to that?
I'm sure that if you guys do public projects, someone has to come with change orders. And so when you do design, bid, build, there's no perfect set of plans. An architect will tell you there's a perfect set of plans. There's no such thing. And so there are flaws in that. And what you do is you award to the lowest responsive bidder. And it's just a flawed, it's my opinion. It's just my opinion. The design, bid, build process is a flawed system. So in the schools now, we're doing a lot more lease back and design build. It's a more collaborative process. We get a guaranteed maximum price. We know what the all-in number is. Contractors with their architect design this, and it's a cleaner, smoother process. They can stick the schedule, they can stick the budget, with the exception of unforeseens when they're digging in the ground and we potentially find something. Outside of that, they know exactly how they need to build the project. It is just it's a cleaner process and a smoother process and a lot quicker process.
Thanks, I appreciate that.
Sure.
With regard to the costs that you're investing for the septic system, can you speak about the dollars? And it sounds to me like your goal is to implement that and then at some point in the future be allowed to connect to city sewer. Did I catch that correct? And what's the cost associated with that?
So right now we've got a not to exceed number to do the design. I don't know what the cost is going to be because the design is not done. I don't know the exact size of the tank. I don't know the exact lineal feet of the leach field that's going to have to be installed. And then we have also talked about, and I don't know the number for that, and that's to go from that. We're going to have a valve and another connection. So we'll run on Gavilin's property, at least that line toward the area that we're going to connect for future sewer. So we don't have to go back and do that again. So I don't have those numbers right now because we haven't really done the design for that, for the system yet. I don't know what that's going to be yet.
Do you have a sense or a general idea of what the volume of sewage would be that would ultimately be sent to the city if the city were allowed the
I
connection?
do not have that information. I
Okay.
don't know that number.
Okay. Mr. Miller, I have a couple of questions for you as well. And so do we know what the maximum capacity, if the city were allowed for this to go forward, what the city could accommodate?
I mean, yeah, our treatment plant could handle the college.
So what I'm hearing is regardless of volume,
Correct.
we have the ability.
We have the capacity.
Okay. And then you mentioned that it would require a couple steps if the city were to want to move forward to allow for the connection. Can you speak a little bit about that? I know when you said the city have to amend the general plan.
Correct, because right now the general plan does not have us going to the east side of Fairview. So that would have to be amended. And then also our sphere of influence only goes to Fairview.
So if we, as a council, were inclined to want to move this forward, do we know what that would actually cost and what that would actually take to make it happen?
We don't have the cost, but we could, I mean, it would be, I think, very reasonable. It's mostly just staff time to bring those items to council and LAFCO.
Thanks. And you know, I don't like approximates, but are we talking 20 grand, 5 grand, 50
I
grand,
would
100
say
grand?
my guess would be under 20.
Under
grand.
20.
Yeah.
And I presume then that the college would be willing to absorb those costs as part of the city's expense to move this forward?
We would negotiate that with the city, yes.
Okay. I guess the other thing that has been brought to my attention is there are a couple subdivisions that are proposed, or actually not proposed. I think they're probably in the approval status with the county that would be in proximity to the new campus. And it's been suggested to me that those subdivisions, if we were to allow the college to go forward, it would establish some sort of a precedent, or it would give them an opportunity as well. And I'm not suggesting I wouldn't be open to that conversation, but if we were to do this, would it create a challenge for us moving forward with other subdivisions approved or in concept moving forward?
I mean, it would be the same process for those subdivisions as.
Okay, so
as the
there's
other.
no entitlement then if we were to
Correct.
allow the college
Correct.
to move forward.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Thank you. I appreciate you guys being here this morning.
Thank you,
You've helped me a
Councilman.
lot.
Were you speaking? Sir, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Speaking of the subdivisions, last time you were here, you said you were renegotiating your contract terms with them. Have you guys settled that? And what was the reasoning behind that? I'm just curious.
Yeah, so Dividend Homes and Gavilan College have been partners since the land was purchased in 2008. So we went into a joint partnership agreement with Dividend Homes at the sale of the property. And that agreement was about looking at infrastructure improvements that both partners could maybe share in terms of cost sharing. For the last 10 years, we've been doing the mitigation out there. We've been doing the environmental work. We've passed all that and we've continued. The bond was passed. We moved forward with San Benito County as our first project. We are continuing to negotiate our agreement with Dividend Homes about any infrastructure improvements that we might be able to have cost sharing ability in the future. But again, it's not precluding us from moving forward according to our construction timeline and the bond allocation we have for the project.
Go ahead, sir.
And I would assume when you say infrastructure projects, you are referring to sewer.
We've been talking with Dividend Homes about sewer, but they're very well aware of our desire, need, design, move forward with the septic. We're also talking about roads, sharing roads, and other types of infrastructure that may occur as the construction continues for both our project and theirs. But their project is at a very different stage than ours is. Ours is a DSA. So we want to make sure we can move forward.
Okay, and then there's, I know that there's one that's already been approved. And I don't know if you know the answer to this, but do you know, so there's one that's been approved and then Bill Lee is adjacent to that. Are you negotiating, are you in contracted with both of those developments?
No, our joint partnership agreement began with Dividend Homes at the purchase of the property, and that's the only one that we are engaged in.
And do you know how many homes are planned to be built or
I do
approved to be
not.
built out there? Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Price.
You mentioned something earlier about the future build.
Mhm.
So there's plans to um, add to the college campus.
Well, we have 77 acres out there and we're going to put infrastructure in. So what could be developed? We have to have many conversations with all of you and with the city about what we could do. The ideal would be to build out the campus structure in terms of adding athletic facilities and so forth. My desire is to talk about student housing. There's so much available revenue and opportunity for grants for community colleges, especially to move forward with student housing. And we've done a brief survey of our students here. We know there's a need, but that's down the pike. We could also do some retail out there. We could bring in partnerships with, say, the Pinnacles or with the city or the county to be able to have that be a meeting place for the community. So there's other things we'd like to talk about in the future. But again, the main thing is students who come out there starting in 2024 will be able to complete degrees and certificates here in Hollister.
Thank you for your presentation and thank you for your answers.
Thank you.
Councilmember Morales.
Thank you for your presentation. It's very exciting to have our community be able to take advantage of the educational programs. My questions are for our city manager. Can you share a little bit about the bond? Not exactly sure when it was passed, but potentially 2006. I know it was refinanced in 2016 to potentially drop the rate. Can you talk about the intent, the cost effectiveness for the payers in the city, and also the environmental purpose in terms of the bond and why we have the sewer in general, and what does that mean for our partners in terms of the intent, and again, overall impact to our residents?
Okay, I just wanted to clarify because Dr. Rose said about their bond. So I'm talking about the wastewater bond. Yes, any additional hookups to our system does have to pay an impact fee, which we can use that to lower our, basically pay down our bond, just like people pay down their mortgages. So that does, as we have less money going towards bond principal and interest, that does give us the ability to lower our rate. And our plant was built as a regional plant, but I've said this before in many meetings that are the housing in our surrounds our city should be annexed into the city so that we do not have islands, but that is up to the council what the policy of the council is do you want that growth in the city or is it going to be done in the county? So that's a summary of it.
So I'm just going to go back to the original. So my understanding, and this is where I need clarification, is that when we went out for the bond, as a resident, we're paying to pay for our sewer, right?
Correct.
I think that's when people that are new to Hollister come in and they're paying 3 times more than they would a business in San Jose potentially. So it is a big sticker shock for anybody that just recently moved here. My understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that the intent of the bond was for regional, that it would eventually be the utilization rate would decrease the cost of the bond because of the payments that are going into that. And also that this was also going to be a better option than a septic tank to the environment overall in a long period of time. Can you either confirm or clarify any of those statements?
Correct. So yeah, anything going to the treatment plant is going to be better for our environment than going into a septic. Like I said, it was built as a regional plant. The surrounding areas were asked to join in. They didn't. The city footed that the bond costs for that. It was $120 million bond. Yes, it was a major sticker shock for our community. But I always compare it to buying a brand new vehicle. When you go look at the new vehicles now, they cost a lot. You're getting all the bells and whistles. That's what our treatment plant would require because we have to follow all the new standards. Where your old 1960s pickup truck that just keeps on running has a lot lower operation costs. And that's what a lot of the surrounding cities have, the old sewer treatment going to the ponds. Those are much easier to operate and have less regulations. So that's the main reason that why ours is so much more. But like I say, it was set up to be able to accommodate any future growth that happened in this area.
So the other comment that I have is that I believe that Gavilan College is going to be essential to our community, to our young people. It's going to help with the traffic, alleviate our roads. And so I think that for us to really consider the steps necessary in order for them to be able to hook up, and also for the environment, especially because we have so much agriculture and our community, not only our community, but surrounding communities depend on the food that's grown here. I would like to see us have a solid plan to be able to move forward with that.
Thank you. I do have some questions and comments. First, I do want to, there's some questions here about the sewer bond and how that all came about back in the day. And basically, we got into this situation because of too much growth. And at the time, everybody was aware of the issue. The rates were kept artificially low to not keep up with the true cost of a facility. And eventually that sewer facility failed and the state came in, locked it down and said, no more hookups until you build a new plant. Back in that time, there was conversations about working together as a whole region. And some of the designs back then were designed for the region. Problem is, everybody bailed on the city except for the city. So the city taxpayers ended up with a $120 million facility, as the city manager pointed out. And we've been paying that rate and knocking it down. At this point, we're, I think, almost down to about 60 million have left on it.
That's
So
right.
the city of Hollister residents and those that are hooked into it have done a great job paying it down. And we're going to continue paying it down. Yes, we have more capacity, but the mistake that was made in the past was we have capacity, so let's just keep hooking in and we'll be okay. We'll worry about the future in the future. One of the things we've been doing here is making sure that we're planning for the future now and not repeating the exact same mistakes. So that's a sewer bond story. And we're going to be paying down another chunk, I think in another few years, I believe. So what's happening in other communities is this. Ours is at a higher level, the treatment. Other communities now are being required by the state to upgrade their facilities, which is extremely expensive to do. So what we're going to see pretty soon is other communities having their rates catch up to ours or passing ours, where by being wise, we're not going to be in that situation. All we have to do is make sure that we're not just saying, oh, let's make it cheap again and we'll get ourselves in trouble later. So we just smart planning. Going back to your campus, already I'm a graduate of Gavilan College, loved every minute of my time at Gavilan College, which led me on to my bachelor's at Monterey and my master's at Hayward. But I have to say, I've always had concerns about this location. Mm-hmm. And as a student, I was lucky enough to start right here at our campus here. That's how I did get started. And I've enjoyed it in all the years it's been there. So I have a couple of questions on that. You're saying 10 classrooms. I think originally, Damien, you said 8 classrooms. What has changed?
There's 4 lecture, 4 lab, and then there's some community space. There's learning resource center. There's a community room, which could also be used for classroom space.
Okay. Our current site has 4 classrooms, correct? If you built the new site, these would shut down. Is that correct?
So, I'm sorry?
The current site next door to us has 4 classrooms.
That's right.
If you build a new site, you're going to have this facility closed down.
Well, we're going to have to structure that. We cannot immediately just close down Briggs and move everything out to
But
St.
that's the plan overall.
Well, we're going to see what our students need.
Okay.
And if our students continue to need any content downtown, we will certainly address that.
But is there plans to shut it down at all? Is that what I've heard conversations about once it's built the new ones would be shut, these would be shut down
Mhm.
and everything would move there. Is that a conversation that's been had?
We have a lease with the city. We will continue to negotiate that lease every year until we no longer need the space. So there is not a hard line in the sand saying we are completely going to shut down Briggs, but we are going to continue to query our students to see what they need downtown as well as at our new site.
Okay, thank you. One of the reasons I was against this site was because the residents are here in the city. So those that really need the opportunity to go to a community college need something close by. Many students don't have cars, so we have the bus here that drives them to Gatlin. I understand they would be doing it here. But back when these conversations first happened was, why don't we do it in the downtown area?
Mhm.
And I know you're gonna say, well, that ship has sailed, right? But I'm gonna bring it up because I want to make
I know,
sure
Mayor.
we're very clear on this, and
Mhm.
I'm passionate about it because I want to
Mhm.
see things that make a little more sense financially and for the public. And I would ask you to kind of, I know you put money into this already, step back. We have your partners right behind you from the high school that are in the need of a new high school. And I just think we're at a point now where it's not about building these large campuses and sports fields, because as you mentioned, that means another bond.
Mhm.
We're pretty much bonded out. The high school needs another bond to build this new high school. Wouldn't it be wiser to just step back and say, look, we're both in need of classrooms, work together. You'd have more student enrollment. You can do it, the GECA program right here. You'd have several hundred more college students in your school, which you need, right? I mean, at the end of the day, it's all about number of
Enrollment.
people attending. And the high school, same deal. Together, you could have a facility built in downtown that would accommodate both. Now, I'm not a big fan of the design build concept. I think there are times where it works with some of the subcontractors. The main contractor, I don't know if you get the best deal because they're figuring in the contingencies of different things happening. It's figured in. I mean, and you're paying for it one way or another. I think sometimes you're better off trying to find the firms that can give you a better design at a lower cost. And I would just, again, I know you're gone past that point. I'm just pointing these things out because they do frustrate me. And the one thing that really frustrates me about this whole project is knowing that there's developers that were tied into this, hoping to get a college built so they can build more houses there. We have to understand as a community, the answer is not more spreading out, it's growing from within. And we have to understand the concept because we have major impacts on Fairview. We have major impacts on Airline, major impacts on Union. And these are hundreds of millions of dollars it's going to cost to fix these. So the more we put out there, the more problems we have long-term. So it's not just a sewer issue. If it was only the sewer for you guys, I don't think anybody has an issue. But we all know once we put a sewer out there, a sewer line, and the roads, or as you mentioned, infrastructure, that developer is going to force their way through. That's all they need. It's a crack in the door to do what they need to do. And then we have hundreds or thousands more homes where we can't accommodate it any longer. It's just not working. We need to be smart about what we're doing. I'm just going to point out here again publicly, to me, the smarter choice is stepping back, working with the high school, build a campus in downtown, 30 classrooms to fill the need for the high school, to fill your need, and to make us a community where you can walk to these locations. Thank you. Do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Martin Franklin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear
Yes,
you.
we can.
Great. Hi, my name is Martin Frankel. I'm actually with Dividend Homes, the project with Fairview Corners, the project to the north of the Gavilan project. It's 60 acres and is 189 single-family detached homes. We've been working on this project for well over 20 years with the county. as council and Dr. Rose previously discussed earlier, we're still in negotiations now on updating a cost sharing agreement to help Gavilan pay for the offsite improvement costs, including the potential sewer hookup. As has been noted, it will be a sizable amount to do that, and we're looking to help with that. I must also preface the remainder of my comment that we're in no way want to hinder Gavilan's timeline, as we're excited to see them proceed and add this valuable asset to the community. So comments were made at the last meeting in regards to this development on both the traffic calming needed on Fairview Road, as well as some concerns regarding Gavilan's interim use of the septic system for their campus. So to bring the council up to date, realizing these issues, we wanted to express our willingness to install and completely pay for traffic signalization at the intersection of Fairview Corners and Sierra Vista Drive, as well as install and completely pay for offsite sewer installation and connection to the city sewer system if the city works with us to achieve such in a timely manner. And that's whether through your support through an out-of-agency service agreement or the sphere of influence annexation by your support with LAFCO. So I'm available for questions. Thank you for your time, and I'm here for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeannie Wallace.
Good morning, council members. Thank you for being here on this Saturday morning, dealing with this issue. I'm Jeannie Wallace. I am a resident of Hollister. I'm also a member of the Gavilan Board of Trustees, Area 5, which means that I represent most of downtown Hollister. So as I've been sitting here listening to the presentation, I'm sitting there supporting our college president, superintendent president, and our construction manager here. But as I'm standing before you now, I'm standing here as a resident of Hollister, and more importantly, as someone who was elected to represent most of your constituents on the board as Area 5. So the point I'm trying to make is that we have the same constituents, all of you together, and I as the trustee representing the city of Hollister. And I'm very mindful of the fact that in my position, I feel like it's a dual responsibility. It's a responsibility to the institution, to the college, its staff, its students especially, and the community. But also I was elected to bring the interests of Hollister residents to the Gavilan board. And it's in that capacity that I'm speaking to you right now to ask you to think of, as you move forward and as the progress continues to go on here, to think of this relationship not as Gavilan as a separate institution and a separate entity, which of course it is, but the city and the college as two institutions that are serving the very same constituents. So if I stand here and think about what the students of Gavilan need, those students are the same people that are the residents of Hollister that you're representing. It's the same person over and over again. And we need to be considering, I think we need to be mindful of the fact that we're trying to serve the interests of the very same people. And from my perspective, I know that a big issue when I was elected was, please make sure you bring this campus to Hollister, make sure it gets opened up. We want to be able to get our education here. We want our kids to be able to get an education here, and we won't want to have to drive out of the community. So it's an opportunity for families to improve their situations without having to leave the city. And I just think it's an incredible value that our residents want us to fulfill. So thank you for your time and your consideration, and please, let's be thinking about it as we're all serving the very same people, and their interests don't change, whether it's me talking on their behalf or it's you talking on their behalf. Thank you.
Thank you.
Billy Avera.
Good morning, council. My name is Bill Avera. I live in the city of Hollister, and please eliminate the messenger, but listen to this message because it's hugely important. I need you guys to or the council, excuse me, to read the Hollister Urban Area Wastewater and Water Management Plan. It's important that you read that, because in that document that we've developed and done over several updates and iterations of it, basically essentially took our community's general plans at the time and formulated a plan to build a 6 million gallon facility. At the time, the city of Hollister's this rate was about 2 million, 2.3. We overbuilt our plant so that we can accommodate future growth in a very large area. In 2014, we had a resolution and the map go to LAFCO. LAFCO adopted it and recognized it as an area where, by which we all agreed that there wouldn't be septic systems anymore. If you were in this area, you were coming to the city of Hollister's regional plant. It's important because the district's duty is to protect our groundwater, okay? Let's see. So in 2014, we had that resolution adopted by LAFCO. Everybody accepted it. This is why Santana Ranch is connecting to you every single day. They're not in the sphere of influence. This is why we allowed San Juan Oaks, which isn't even under construction yet, come to our plant. They're nowhere near our sphere of influence. They're not even in the original plan, but somehow that's okay. Okay. The idea is we needed to make sure that we had ratepayers in this area to cover our costs for 120 million gallon or $120 million bond and a 6 million gallon per day plant. We've also built a freshwater facility in West Hills that serves the entire area. There's really no difference whether you're talking about clean water or wastewater. We are a group. We all decide that. The city, the county, the districts, all back in 2002 got together to formulate this plan. It's important that you read that, okay? Because you're allowing what they've asked right now to continue. And please, if you don't want houses, find another planning mechanism to not have houses. Don't use the sewer treatment facility as your power, okay? And the other thing is I think it's shameful that we make them spend money designing a system that we don't want. As a community, we don't want, just for them to get off of first base. So thank you.
Jason Noble.
Good morning, Jason Noble from Trespinos. First, respectfully, I do take exception to something that you said, Mayor, that everyone did not bail on the city. The San Benito County Association of Realtors were asked to participate and support the Prop 218 effort at the time to support the funding for the expansion of the sewer system. You may recall we had this little thing in 2007 called an economic downturn that pretty much all housing stopped. There were a great many projects that were on the books. And part of the selling of the Prop 218 was that it wouldn't just be rate fee increases, that many of these projects and their connecting to the sewer system would retire the debt. So there was an unanticipated need for increase the cost of the monthly fees to the residents of the city. It wasn't until later, approximately 2012, that developers could feel the upward curve and begin to start to plan and develop more homes in our community. The second thing I take exception to is residents are not just in the city. In 1982, Barbara Anderson called several of us into her office. She was a counselor at the high school, myself included, and said, because of Reaganomics and because you've lost a parent, your Social Security benefits are going to be diminishing quickly. You need to leave high school now and start going to college. I also went to Gavilan College briefly before going to Hartnell, but I lived at Ridgemark. And there are a great many people that live outside the city of Hollister that go to Gavilan in this community. So I take exception to that because it is a community college, not just the residents of the city of Hollister. I understand the greater concentration being within the city, but as we see growth occurring in other areas, regional consideration is also important as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councilmember Sendes.
Thank you. A couple of things that I'd like to say. I really appreciate, again, you coming out here, Dr. Rose. I appreciate the presentation. I especially appreciate the trustee coming out here, and I agree with what you said. This should be a partnership. But I've sat through this presentation 3 times. This is my 3rd time. This is the first time I've seen the doctor here, and we requested her to come to intergovernmental, I think twice, and we put it off. So again, I am so glad to see you so that we can ask questions of you and hear from you directly of what the plan and the vision is. I'd like to see us strengthen that partnership moving forward. I'd like to have more updates from you. I'm hearing that October, November, you're going to get a return date from the DSA. That's a good time just to come back and touch bases with us, right? You've got a good plan. You're going to build a school out there, regardless of what we do here. You said that. Septic will be out there with the potential or possibility to hook up to the city in the future. Do I completely 100% support that? No, but you guys have a good plan moving forward, and I wish you the best of luck with your plan. This does tie into growth. All of the impacts that we're having is because of the development of the single family homes, and our infrastructure is quote unquote falling apart here. Okay, so we have to hold the line, and we have to not allow any more development being built out there. Okay, residential development. We haven't talked about how much money was given to one of the council people here during their last election from those developers. Number one, we've got to stop chasing after shiny little objects and look at what the real long-term impacts are. Rancho Santana or Santana Ranch should never have been built for a number of reasons. This is what we should do moving forward. We should demand more from the developers. And it is because of residential growth. That's what it's about. And the influence from the special interest community and the developers. I wish you the best of luck. It sounds like you guys have a good plan moving forward, but we have to look at the bigger picture, and we have to hold the line, and we've got to advocate fiercely for our constituents and their interest. And that's exactly what I plan on doing up here, the remainder of my time up here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So I've heard the conversations, I've heard the comments, I've also heard the ship has sailed. And just to be clear, I'm on board. I too am a product of the community college system, but unfortunately I didn't live in Hollister at the time. So I'm a San Jose City College kid, and it was a stepping stone. My oldest son did go to Gav in Gilroy though, and there were a lot of times where I worried about the commute for him. And so if for no other reason that we could potentially reduce our commute, reduce our taxpayer fees for sewage, I can't not support this. I'm not inclined to want to necessarily discuss the housing development out there at this time. So for me, I just think I'd like to see it happen, and certainly if for no other reason than environmental. To put more septic systems in is just a bad move. And so for me, I'm gonna support it. Although I've heard what Mr. Resendez has said and the mayor as well, and I agree with a lot of what they've said candidly. I do think if Gavilan vacates the classrooms downtown, there's other opportunities there to fill those with other things. I believe our city absolutely has a need for more space as we continue to grow our services. I assume we'll grow with those. And as I recall, Mr. Miller, we already rent space now, correct?
Correct, yeah. My understanding, this predates me, is that was the plan when Gavilan finally did move out of the Briggs building, that the city would move a lot of its operations over there.
Okay, so I just wanted to be factually accurate in my thoughts, but I too think the downtown would have been a better location, but I actually think the location they've picked is a gorgeous location, and it feels very consistent to me with how Gavilan and Gilroy is in more of a rural environment, and I think there's a real benefit and value to that. And so for me, I'm going to support this moving forward. I just it's one of those difficult situations, but to me, it makes sense. And so I don't know in my mind if there's a way for Gavilan to hit the brakes on developing a septic system if we were able to come to some consensus or at least a simple majority here today. But to waste that money that could be spent other ways going forward, and I would say the one thing that really absolutely excites me about this process is the opportunity for student housing. I think that's critical. Do I love a football field? Probably nobody more. But at the end of the day, we need to have affordable student housing, and I would very much support that. And I'm just going to put that out there right now. I don't know that that could even potentially be discussed during my tenure on council, but recognize if it doesn't come then, I will be a strong supporter for that, regardless of where I am at that point in time. So thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. And those are my thoughts. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Did you have a comment, Mr. Burris?
Yeah, I think the topic here is not the potential single family homes coming in. We are talking about the college. I think it's been clear and definitive of that this is just the college. And I'm totally support this. And if we can come up with a consensus from the council to go ahead and move forward with this, that would be really awesome to save you guys some money to get this project going, maybe even open up sooner than spring of 2024. We're up here to for the future of our constituents, all of our constituents, for our residents, for our community. And what better thing is there than to add to our educational system? And so I am totally in support of this. And I don't know if we can take a consensus or anyone else has anything to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm in agreement. I think we should move forward. And if there is a possibility for us just to connect directly to the sewer, I think that would be best time and money as well. And I just want to point out and call a point of order about comments that are being made on the dais that are inappropriate and not factual. So I just want to make sure our city attorney is taking note and make sure that he's guiding us as we move forward with our meetings.
I agree.
Thank you. I'm going to go back. I got to say, Mr. Burns, I totally agree with your comments on the student housing part. I do find that to be an interesting part of it. And I would be actually for that. That would then give it more of a reason. I'm absolutely against this idea of connecting to eventually allow for hundreds, if not thousands of homes in the area. If you want to build student housing, if you want to build teacher housing, I can 100% support that. It makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. And maybe even the high school can work with you on something for that, or the school district for their teachers. But we can't just keep doing the same old thing and then saying, oops, we didn't know. And there was comments made about hookups in different areas. I can tell you when I first became here, I was completely supportive of growth because I thought it all made sense until I started digging into our numbers and realizing the reason we almost went bankrupt was because we were doing this completely wrong and not really planning. We were just saying, oh, you want to build there? Oh, go ahead. Want to build there? Go right ahead. Eventually, infrastructure caught up with us, and now we're paying these bills or we're suffering the consequence. So it's important. And quite frankly, laws were violated at the time. We weren't even allowed to do that. And everybody ignored it. And once I did find out about how the law reads, I made that very clear. So we're not violating the law any longer. So we can't just, well, it was okay. That's how we did it. No, there's a lot of mistakes in the past, guys. And what I'm concerned about is making sure we don't make the mistakes in the future. If we can come up with something, as I said, if that's the plan for student housing or teacher housing, we can have a conversation and find a way to make this work. If it's about future hookups to development, I can't support that. And that's my stance at this point. Thank you very much for being here today.
Mayor, if I could, based on council's conversation. So it looks like there is a consensus to bring back a wastewater agreement with Gatlin College, and plus a timeline, plus I'll work with their developer how to try to hopefully not have a septic system, but we'll bring that agenda item forward.
There's an issue there, though. It takes a 4/5 vote to change the general plan.
Okay, that's true.
So a consensus on this would be 4/5 here. I don't
Correct,
know how. I can't support until I know what the full plan is and making sure these hookups are not going to lead to more growth out there in the other areas.
Okay, I'll
So
have a
we'd have to
longer
understand that
conversation with
first.
the college.
Okay.
Sure.
Thank you, sir. We'll now move to item A2.
We'll bring Dr. Tannenbaum up to talk about the high school.
sir, please. Go ahead, sir. Welcome. Oh, welcome back.
Yes, and
He
welcome
knows
back.
it's like the back of his hand. Sir, please, please, sir, please, please. You're out of order. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
As soon as a president, yeah, just.
Number one, Paul.
By the way, great play last night.
Oh, it's fantastic. Yeah. Thank you, Christine. Appreciate it, Paul. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Thank you so much for having us back. It's an opportunity that we really appreciate on behalf of the district. Sean Tenenbaum, Superintendent, very proud to be here and to share a little information with you, answer any questions the City Council and the Mayor may have. Next to me is Jeff Small, our financial advisor, been with the district for quite a few years. And then our outstanding board president, John Corrigan. We do have one member, our CBO, Roseanne Lascano, who has helped produce the presentation as well as our budget and all of our bond. She is not able to be here this afternoon, or excuse me, this morning, but we'll walk you through this. And I'm confident that you've had an opportunity to take a look and go through the slides. And so without further ado, we've shared many times, we have a capacity issue. And before I start, I do want to share a couple of thoughts. One is it's very exciting to hear Gavilan College moving forward with an excellent opportunity for our students. As a high school district member for over 20 years, our students, the majority of them go to Gavilan, and they are extremely successful. We've had a fantastic relationship with Dr. Rose. And so wherever that opportunity lies, I just want to say thank you. The most important thing that we provide our students in our community is equity and access. Access meaning the opportunity to seek a better tomorrow. And that's one of the reasons we're here today, is to partner with you to help solve, a solution moving forward, whether that be in the city center or out in the, the county, so to speak. But we are at capacity, and we continue to see students coming in. Yesterday, and I'll give you a story. I was a student on campus. I met him for the first time after school, just moved in from Chicago. Walked up, had an opportunity to meet some of our athletic coaches. I shook his hand. I welcomed him to Sam Neill High School. And I said, how many other schools did you look at? And he said, a couple. And I said, are you going to be excited to be here? And he said, well, I took a look at your facilities and I took a look at your campus, and I'm excited to be a Baylor. And that is a sentiment that we see more and more, and we're feeling more and more as parents are great consumers of the education for their children. They are seeking the right environment, whether that be an environment where their students can have an opportunity athletically, extracurricular wise, to have a career technical education program that is robust, to have an opportunity to go to Stanford, which will have another Stanford student going to Stanford this year, as well as going to Gavilan College. Those opportunities are what we're all desiring and striving for. But we need your assistance, and we come before you as a partner, as a willing partner in a collaboration and a cooperation to really take a look at what is this community going to look like in 3, 5, 7, 10, 12 years. And that is our goal. And it has been all along, is to be able to work with you, the county, Gavilan College, et cetera. So when we take a look at our objective has never wavered. We've provided that to the County Board of Supervisors, to the Intergovernmental Committee, to the Real Estate Association, to whoever will listen, is we want to work together. There's so much pride and tradition in our institution, 126 years of graduates walking through. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to present with my trusty right-hand person, Carol Heydrich, and many of you know Carol. We presented the history and chronology of the district to 53 students. And they were amazed at the old buildings. They were amazed at the history of the place that they go to school. And they're proud to be hay balers, just as some of you are. But our goal hasn't changed. Our objective hasn't changed. When we go through our presentation today, we'll talk a little bit of the background. Jeff will elaborate on the funding. We'll talk a little bit of about the residential development, which I'm sure you're well aware of. And then our goals and efforts moving forward, which is largely why we're here this morning. And so when we take a look at our school capacity, and we've shared this, I know you've looked at it, our seabeds number in the fall, 3423, that is our official number in October. And we are estimating right now, just based on unofficial numbers, that we are the second largest high school in Northern California. Okay, those aren't official, as I mentioned, because they haven't been released by CDE. But one of the things that I've heard, and we've had the question posed to us before, is we're seeing growth. Our high school is seeing growth. Our community is seeing growth. 65% of school districts in the state of California are in declining enrollment. And you see that in a lot of the urban areas. You see that in a lot of the areas that are hit with affordability issues. But there are areas that are growing, and we are one of them. So when we take a look at the larger high schools in the state of California, specifically Northern California, we do see pockets of growth. Dublin is one. Dublin is another district that is growing because of housing. Okay, and as well as we are. You see that in Southern California, in Beaumont, Kern County. There are growth areas that are happening. But growth is not static for a school district. And I really want to point that out to the council. There are many factors that attribute to why a student moves into an area or why a student moves out of an area. It could be work, it could be family, it could be affordability, it could be the combination thereof. And so we see families moving down the corridor into Hollister for affordability. We also see families, as I mentioned, being good consumers for their children. And so they're going to stop and they're going to take a look at other areas where they could afford to establish their family and then go to high school. And then they take a look at the caliber of the high school. And what opportunities is my child or my student going to have at your high school? And so over the last 3 years, we have seen continual growth. That growth has come in through housing development, it's come through affordability, and it's also come through choice. And so we're going to continue to see that. How much? We're going to talk a little bit about, but we are projecting over 3,500 students in the fall. Will we see all of those? I don't know. And the reason I say I don't know is because COVID has done a lot to us. It has shifted the landscape of how people operate. People can now operate and work from home where they couldn't before. So there are opportunities for people to have a viable income outside a community with which they would have lived in previously. So when we take a look at enrollment, one thing for sure we do know, 3423 was our seabeds number, our capacity at 3437. We're projecting over 3,500 students. Will all of those students come? We just don't know yet, but that is in our system. Will more students come? Quite possibly. And so we are planning for that. But I wanted to really show, where we're at. Our growth projection, and Jeff has been instrumental in this over the last few years, is plus or minus 237 students in the next few years. Again, we take a look at that, and I want to share a few things of how we look at that. We do what's called a cohort survival methodology. So we take all the students in the system from kindergarten and how they matriculate as a cohort through the educational system. And then we account for them. And then we take a look at the percentage that actually lands on our doorstep to take a look at what our future enrollment will be. We look at our parochial schools, the private schools as well. And then we look at students now because of COVID that are in a virtual world that are now coming back to a public comprehensive setting and or vice versa. So it's a really interesting matrix that schools haven't had to deal with before. And COVID has really shifted us into high gear to project enrollment the best way we can. And I'll move to the next slide.
Thank you very much. I would want to say one thing. We're going to get into school funding and the cost of a new school, but one of the things that really makes San Benito High School District unique from other high school districts and unified school districts is San Benito has one comprehensive high school. What that means is the school district doesn't have a lot of flexibility. So as Dr. Tannenbaum was talking, over time, populations change. In the case of the city of Hollister and San Benito County, as development comes in, everybody is funneling into one high school. So we know that traffic is a very big impact on the high school, as is congestion, and being at capacity and really not having any space left for any significant expansion. The high school district is in need of a new high school. So back in 2020, our firm put together, with the assistance of the high school district, a facilities master plan. One of the things that we looked at is just a very as basic and inexpensive as possible, a phase one of a high school, not a comprehensive high school. What do we need in terms of classrooms and basic administrative support? And that was about $123 million in 2020 dollars. Now we all know that there's been incredible inflation. We're in the process of updating that facilities master plan. That cost that was 123 million projected to grow to about 165 million at the time of construction will definitely be greater. The other thing that's really changed, and I just by way of mentioning it, is there's been a lot of development that's occurred since that original facilities master plan. The district has two sources of capital facilities funding. Source one is developer fees. Source two is state funding. And you can see on this chart, the level two fees, and I'll talk more about what a level two fee is, but essentially those are the fees that a developer will pay the school district when they pull a building permit, with the anticipated growth is expected to come to $13.8 million. That's not much, and that's over time. The timing of those developer fees is uncertain. It depends on when those permits are pulled. And the amount of those developer fees, how much they're going to get in, is also uncertain, because we don't know. There might be very quick growth. There can be a recession and slow growth. So that's not a certain funding source. The other source, and we'll talk about this more, is state funding. So basically, we're estimating about $36 million in state funding. The state funding doesn't come up front. It comes approximately 7 years after the state approves those plans. So that comes later. We anticipated in 2020 a shortfall of about $73.2 million. So that's a pretty big number. And the district would be responsible for any of that shortfall, plus the upfront funding that would be required to build a school. So that just gives you the magnitude of the financial burden that is associated with building a second high school. So we'll talk a little bit about funding. So funding for a school district is a little different than some might think. Local tax dollars that are collected are not for facilities. They are part of a formula that is used for operations with the state backfilling whatever else is required, again, for the general fund budget. We'll talk a little bit about that. We're going to talk about the level 2 developer fees. We'll talk about state funding. We will talk about the general obligation bonds, the district's general fund, and a very necessary part of what's needed for the second high school, which is mitigation agreements with developers to allow the district to get some additional funding to help bridge that big gap, that $73 million gap in 2020 dollars. So level 2 fees, I think that the legal framework for these level 2 fees, it's very clear. Developers, to mitigate the impact of their new development under state law, are required to pay school districts a certain amount of money. Okay. The amount that they are required to pay is capped. Currently, the district is entitled to receive a level 2 fee. The state legislature, when they came up with these level 2 fees, they were supposed to make up about 50% of the funding for school facilities. They're actually about 11%. That was the 13.8 million. Very far from what they should be. And when you're talking about a high school, which is very expensive, it really, it's very dramatically has an impact on the financial viability of a school district, high school district, if they have to make up that difference. So we're anticipating, based on growth and residential units that are coming on board and the amount of the fees, that there's about $13.8 million anticipated. It's really interesting. This is a chart. It shows the historical developer fees that the district has received, over a 13-year period. And for many years, there was not very much in fees. I mean, a couple $100,000. We all know that. There was a moratorium in place and there just wasn't a lot of development. But over the last 4 years, there's been over 2,000 building permits pulled, which is very, very substantial, especially for a campus that doesn't have a lot of room for expansion. There were 2 bond measures that passed that very much helped adding new facilities to house those students. But at the rate that the permits are being pulled, we simply cannot keep up. Moreover, with those almost 2,000 building permits, that only equated to $8.6 million in fees. That's it, $8.6 million. So I'm going to, Sean, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, thank you, Jeff. So for the city council and Mr. Mayor, one of the things that we've been able to tap into, and again, thank you for the support of our general obligation bonds, because we've really been able to transform our current campus. If you've been on campus or you'd like to be on campus, we'd love to have you. But one of the things that we've been able to capitalize on is the state school facility program, the funding program. And this is a funding program that we have been able to capitalize on in terms of each project that we have completed and or in the process of completing. If we have eligibility through modernization or new construction, we apply to the state of California, just like every other school district, LA Unified, Sac City, you name the school district. But we have been very aggressive in our approach to maximize eligibility for our students, whether it's a modernization project or a new construction project. And to date, we've received 28 million. Okay, those are funds that have come in, and they've been able to stretch our bond dollars to continue our projects, to realize the facility master plan that the board approved. And it's just good business. It's how a school district stretches their projects. And right now we are working on our eligibility for a project that we submitted in 2018. So as Jeff mentioned, these take years. They take years for them to go through the system. And that's a project, our science and robotics building, which I'm sure you've seen and been in, and I know the mayor has. And we're looking at the eligibility of about 6.8 million plus or minus. But it's taken 4 years to get to the point where we're actually receiving a letter now to provide more information. But we have really capitalized on the state school facility program, and we're going to continue to do that. This is a program where we can maximize the facilities we have on campus for our students. And we take a lot of pride in that. And we wanted to point that out because it takes a village. It takes Jeff, it takes the board, it takes our CBO, it takes our consultants to be able to maximize these opportunities because they're very finite. If you miss your window, then you're not eligible for those funds. And we've been quite successful thus far.
Thank you. Okay, so the other funding source that we know you're aware of is general obligation bonds. The district voters and your voters, your constituents approved twice general obligation bonds, once in 2014 and once in 2016 for a total of $102 million. And though all of those funds completed projects to both modernize San Benito High, 125-year-old high school, and expand them. I think the most important thing I can say about general obligation bonds, because those are approved by voters, the district's primary objective is to meet the promises made to taxpayers. The taxpayers vote on a proposition, they vote for certain projects, and then it is up to the district to maximize those bond proceeds from the voter-approved bonds and minimize expenses in order to complete all those facilities. Now, the district's been able to very successfully do that, by virtue of you can see all the great amenities that have been added at that campus. And I know Dr. Tannenbaum could certainly speak more about that. I'm sure you're all familiar with them. One of the things that is very important to know, though, is those general obligation bonds are issued based on the assessed value of the school district, okay? So there is a limitation on the amount of bonds that the district can issue. We are currently at our bonding capacity. Bonding capacity is about $100 million, thereabouts, and we have close to that in bonds outstanding. So without getting a waiver from the state of California, it's not just a matter of, here, let's just continue to issue more bonds. It's a matter of making those promises, and I think being a really great partner and working with the state if that waiver, to get that waiver. What you see is the district really has, not only have they completed the projects, but they have done better than what they promised their voters in terms of what those taxes to repay those bonds are. There was about $96 million of bonds issued to date. The tax rate that was on the last tax bill was $40.78 per 100,000. The tax rate that was told to voters as part of their voter pamphlets was an average tax and a maximum tax of $60 per $100,000. So we've really worked very hard to minimize those costs to the taxpayer.
And thank you, Jeff, for elaborating on that. And I just wanted to point out a key topic to go back for just a second. The board has approved 2 bond measures to go out for election, and the voters supported 2 bond measures through election. We have many questions that come into the district that we have 4 or 5 bonds. We do not. We have 2 bonds that went to election in 2014 and 2016, and we appreciate the support tremendously of our community. And another question that comes often is general fund. Can you use your general fund to be able to support facility development? And as you can see in our 21-22 general fund expenditures, roughly about 80% plus minus are spent on personnel. That is the staff that supports our students each and every day. Teachers, custodians, food service, bus drivers, administrators, etc. In our case, we take a look at the expenses that we can afford today and tomorrow, that we're going to bear the burden of, whether they be curriculum, technology, whether they be deferred maintenance on a roof, windows, etc. But looking at our general fund, 80% is spent on people to support our children, which is where it should be. To look at a general fund in terms of a long-term solution for capital projects, it's simply not there. The capability to build from your general fund is not permittable. It's not permittable because we don't have the funds to simply do it.
So I want to talk about that last piece that is so essential, and that is a mitigation agreement, a voluntary agreement that the district would like to enter into with developers, landowners, and we will need the support of the BIA. We will need the support of all of the developers because it's a very large issue funding this shortfall, and it's like anything else. The more support you have, the easier the solution, that financial burden actually is. So, San Benito High School District isn't coming to the table to work with the council, with the development community empty-handed. We are prepared to work very hard to find that common ground that is necessary to satisfy the public infrastructure needs for people who live in the community today and very much want to come and live in the community tomorrow. The mitigation agreements, they're not a bad thing. They can be extremely beneficial to a developer. Why is that? Because a developer can use a mitigation agreement to look at what that school impact fee is above that developer fee that we talked about. And that amount, and even that level 2 fee, could be rolled into a community facilities district paid over time. When you do that, you're putting a special tax for that developer, not for the existing community, but a special tax on that new home that's being built to help offset the impact that it has on the high school district. It's a fairness thing. But it's not as if that existing homeowner just has to pay a bill and doesn't get anything for it. They're buying into San Benito High School District, the facilities that you see today, and they're buying into a new high school district. And that does very much help the value of housing. And housing it's the biggest investment a person can make in their life for most everybody. So you want that investment to actually grow over time. And in fact, studies do show that it does. So these mitigation agreements, they're beneficial to a developer, they're beneficial to the end homeowner, and there's a lot of flexibility. If it makes more sense for a developer to pay that fee up front, that can be done. If it makes more sense to roll a portion of that fee into a special taxing district, that can be done also. And these special taxing districts, they're not exclusively used by school districts. The city uses them, the county uses them. It's a way that a developer can reduce their capital outlay and roll it into a public infrastructure program and be paid for over time. CFDs for school districts, they're common. Anytime you come into a community where there's new development and not existing infrastructure, chances are you will find a community facilities district. It is very common. As I've said, they're very flexible. That's part of the discussion that needs to be had with the development community. The city, the school district, whoever it has the CFD will have local policies that will cap the amount of that tax burden so it's not too high. That's a policy decision. It's one that you think of. So a regular taxpayer might pay their 1% property taxes. There might be some other expenses for sewer or what have you. That might take you to 1.35%, right? There is room to have a reasonable special tax to pay for a second high school that is absolutely needed, and there aren't funds to pay for it.
So as we've stated previously, myself, the board, Jeff, our administrative team, we've talked about this extensively. We have a shared commitment and a shared goal with you. We have a shared goal with the community. We know that the community is going to continue to grow. At what rate? Largely is up to your decision-making in the county board. But in terms of taking a look at the public infrastructure, having great schools means you have a great community. They have a symbiotic relationship. You have a great elementary school, everybody wants to go there. You have a great high school, everybody wants to go there. What we want to do is work with you hand in hand to ensure that every student that is going to that high school in the future has that same opportunity that our kids do today. That is our goal. It's very simple. Thank you.
So we would like to spend a little bit of time talking about residential development. Without a new school, I mean, just picture it. You know what the congestion is like now. You know what the traffic is like. You know how impacted that high school is. It simply will erode the educational value of San Benito High. We've identified back in 2020, 36 different development projects that are in various stages of development. I went back and I looked at the development over the last couple of weeks. That number is much greater today. We estimated 4,700 new housing units over the next 10 years. That's another 16, that's more than 1,600 new high school kids from those developments over 10 years. So we need to sort of think about, where do you put those students? How does that get funded? They're coming every year. They're not going to just show up in 10 years from now. So that is one of the things that we are really tasked with, and why our message to the community is, I mean, this is urgent. It's important. We understand the amount of pressure that you are under by the state of California for new housing. We know that under the new regional housing needs assessment, they want another 5,000 new units. And we know you've pushed back on that by saying, we don't have the public infrastructure to do it. And specifically, we don't have the educational facilities to do that. So we know that you hear us, and we know that you're aware of the issue, and we appreciate that, and we acknowledge that. And we appreciate the fact that you do collaborate with us and hear us. The state of California has a whole host of housing legislation. I know you're very familiar with it coming through that will just add to that burden, whether it's the state, for very good reason. There's people that are unhoused. There's people that need affordable housing. There's going to be 130,000 new homes that the state wants to create to fix that. And that's a good thing. But the state hasn't allowed any funds, and we know you face this too. They haven't given you any money to address all the housing that they're requiring. They haven't. We don't know what you're going to do. We don't know what we're going to do either. It's a problem. And like I said earlier, we all need to get together. I mean, the BIA might say, well, there's a legal requirement. We only have to pay you $1.75 per square foot. And you know what? That's great. But morally, it doesn't work. And I challenge anybody to negate that fact, because it is a stipulated fact that those level 2 fees are insufficient to make up the intended 50% of funding that the state said it would. And that is a fact. We've been very verbal, as you know. We comment on, any time there's the opportunity on an environmental report or appear before your council, or communicate to the Board of Supervisors, we take advantage of that. And the reason why we do that is because we want to get on the record that, if it's a negative declaration that comes before you because you want to do a pre-zoning and the school district is going to get their fee, that neg deck or that EIR is just going to say, oh, well, the impact on the high school, that's less than significant. False. That is a blatantly false statement. And those same reports that come to you and say that, oh, the high school district has a capacity of, 200 students or maybe even 33 students, right? Okay. That may be a true statement, but that's not going to satisfy the needs of their development. And more importantly, every other development application you see, they're claiming those same seats. And when you get that development, that EIR report, and it glosses right over that traffic section, you know that that's not true either. Because if you have dropped students off at San Benito High, you know what the congestion is like, you know what the traffic is like. So these are issues that affect, someone used the comment yesterday, the common constituents, right? It's what this is about. We also know that there's always the threat of, well, if the city council mandates a meeting with the school district, then, well, that could potentially lead to something, some sort of legality. Okay. I mean, that is a potential, there's always that potential, right? The reality is that there's nothing that can prevent you from saying, hey, have you met with the school district? Hey, where is the funding going to come from? Because you can ask those questions, but the reality is, I think at this point, it's pretty clear to everybody. And I'd be surprised for someone to actually say, oh no, there's funding. Yeah, you can do it. So I think it's just time to move past this, trying to legally posture about something versus just, what is just moral and what is transparent and right before our very own eyes, right? Because we all know that there just isn't enough room and there just isn't enough funding. You've been great. And, I was a big part of your general planning efforts with your advisory committee. And not only just on the school issue, but actually just listening to all of the issues, right? The professionalism that the city's demonstrated in the process and in working with PlaceWorks has been great. We did make a few policy recommendations, and they have been reflected. So this is I think it's a great partnership. When a developer comes for you and asks you to do something discretionary, like, hey, we would like some flexibility, we would like some additional density, right? We don't have a problem with that. We would like public financing for our capital improvement. Those are just great opportunities to say, we have needs too, and we would like you to come along and participate. Again, they're going to get something back. They're going to get the great education that they have. They're going to have schools, and the values of the homes are going to increase, right? It's true that these fees do make housing more expensive, but so does the price of gas, of lumber, of labor, and everything else. And we can't solve all those problems, but building the high school is what our mission, that is the problem that we're here to solve and provide solutions for. So we thank you on those policies. And just one last point here, and I alluded to it earlier, but as the land use agency taking action on a land use application, whether it's an annexation or a redesignation, to the extent that you have the ability to say, hey, how is it going to be funded? Let's talk about that. The high school, that is. We want to be part of that conversation. We want to work with you, and we want to work with the developers. We think we can benefit the development community, and we want to. We want a thriving community.
So as Jeff has mentioned, and we have shared with you before, coordination with both yourself, the county, and other school districts, coordination with folks that are pivotal in the community. We've had great conversations with Victor in the audience today regarding our needs and how to best work together. Taking a look at providing residents with accurate and complete information regarding the high school capacity, regarding the cost for funding a new school, and where those dollars could and potentially could come from. And then last but not least, as Jeff has alluded to previously, just really working with the development community, securing alternative funding sources that we can capitalize on to build our projects for our community in the years to come.
So one of the things that Dr. Tannenbaum mentioned earlier is just these tax bills, and we just wanted to clarify. So general obligation bonds are usually issued over time. Why is that? They're not just, if you have $100 million authorization, it's not $100 million today. Under the law, we are subject to a $30 per $100,000 tax rate. We rely on growth in the assessed value to issue all of those bonds. Okay, so what you find is that $100 million may be issued through 3, in our case, 4 different bond sales. So we're just not selling them all at once. But unfortunately, what happens is when you get a tax bill, they're reported by bond sale. The problem with that is, you know, if you were to refinance a bond and save money, well, okay, that's another bond. No, it's not. But more importantly, by bond sale does not give the school district the accountability and transparency to the taxpayer who said, yes, I will vote for your bond if the tax does not exceed $30 per 100,000. And in this case, there's 2 bond measures, so it's $60 per 100,000. Because when you look at that tax bill, I don't know about you, but I do this for a living. It's kind of hard to figure out, you know, like, did the district live within their tax rate or not? It looks like they did their projects, but there's all these bonds on there. So we did meet with the county to rectify that and have the bonds be on a tax bill by bond measure, so a taxpayer could see, yes, the high school district told us it was going to be 30, it's under 30. And that's the accountability that we would like. And the county was wonderful. I mean, met with the county auditor, controller, recorder, and the county treasurer. And it really was a very productive meeting. And so progress is being made. And I think that just benefits, again, the common constituents.
Okay, so first of all, appreciate your time, Mr. Mayor, council members. Obviously, you've heard that we're at capacity. When I first got on the school board, we were gaining 20 to 30 students a year. I think this past year we added 237 or something like that students. So, well, we thought we had a reasonable plan in place for the growth and the capacity of the campus. We got snookered. We got outpaced pretty quickly. We want to work with the county and the city to create the public infrastructure needed for this community. So, Mr. Mayor, you and I met a long time ago. We've been at this a very long time. Do you remember what my goal was when we first met? Because it wasn't to build a pool. My goal was to get the city and the county and the district to work together in a capital project. That was my goal. And I failed in that goal, right? But I don't give up, right? You fail once, that's life. You got to keep going. So I stand before you again here today, continuing that quest to get the city, the county, and the district to collaborate and work together. We've got to have the help of the land use agencies. We can't do this by ourselves. And we know that we're going to quickly outgrow our campus. We're in the process. We've got, I think, 7 portables ordered that'll be on our campus next year because we won't fit starting next year. So we're gonna look like we're gonna just have to keep adding portables until something changes. So we've got some recommendations or requests for you. And Mayor, you said earlier today, you said what we are doing today is preparing for the future. And that's exactly why we're here today. We're preparing for the future. We want to ensure that our project environmental documents include accurate picture of our capacity. To Jeff's point, when he spoke about and say there's 33 open seats and every development claims those 33 seats. Well, good for them, but that doesn't work for the community. We hope to adopt the school facility mitigation proposed by the City of Hollister updated general plan, including the granting development incentives for projects. Right. So whether it's density or parking or whatever, there are ways to incentivize developers to they know, to Jeff's point earlier, they know that level 2 fees don't even come close. And most of them are fairly reasonable people. And so through a concession here, they're willing to do something on the other side. Requiring a specific finance plan or submitted documentation is a precondition for project approval that does identify the means for funding public facilities, including schools, not just schools, but including schools, whether it's police, fire, what have you. We can condition environmental approvals and encourage developers to use the CFDs to fund school needs and to require meeting beforehand they meet any land use requirements or actions. And then again, to Jeff's point a moment ago about the consolidation of the bond series, that's one of the questions that I get out in the grocery store the most is why do you have 5 bonds on the tax bill? We only voted for 2. And my initial answer was, I don't know, because I have the same question, but it's taken some time and we've gotten, so hopefully in our next tax bill, we'll all see that there's 2 high school bonds and 1 Gavilan bond and, whatever the case may be, the sewage bond, what have you. But it has been confusing. And so again, it's about collaboration. It's about working together for our mutual constituents. It's about making Hollister the best Hollister it can possibly be. So thank you. Do we have any questions?
Thank you. Any questions, Councilman Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. So I've heard the presentation. I'm much more aware now than I was before the presentation, and I thank you for that. One of my concerns is, sounds like the level 2, the state missed the target with the level 2. And so that seems to be a significant part of the problem here from my lay perspective. What are we as a school district, a high school district, doing, or on a state level? I'm sure that schools talk to schools, and my sense is, while this might not be a problem for all school districts, it probably is for more than simply Hollister. And so what are you guys currently doing, or what's the direction, what's the advocacy to try and maybe change that failure? It seems kind of like an epic failure to me if it's more than just us, and I have to presume it is.
It is more than just us. It's an epic failure. I think when these statutory fees and the alternative fees, such as the level 2 fee, was put into law, the school district world, they just missed the boat, and they were really outmaneuvered by the development community. The development community, I mean, look, I'm not being critical at all. They're smart, and they do a heck of a job, and they did a heck of a job getting this legislation passed. but it has come to a point where it is it's to our detriment, and they have to know that. And again, in a situation such as this, where you just don't have the facilities and they want to build houses, there really is an opportunity for the two to get together. And I have seen, to their credit, they do come to the table, and they are willing to form CFDs in other communities. I've done this in many communities. So I just think that it's that the time is to find the common ground of saying, we want you to build the houses. We know you can, right? But we have to have the school facilities. And I have to believe, honestly, in coming here today, I have to believe that they do understand that, and they are willing to come to the table. And I don't want to put, anybody on the spot from the development community, but I welcome them to come to the podium, to address you, to ask them those questions, and to get something that's not just, well, that's the legal framework, when we know that morally, it does not work. Financially, it does not work. Politically, it does not work.
Thanks. So it sounds to me like it's a very big conversation, and I think it's at a much higher level as well. And I'm hoping that those conversations are currently being had. I'm not aware of them, but absolutely, I've heard what you said, and it seems like the biggest challenge that we as a local community face, and we shouldn't have to bear the brunt of trying to bridge that gap. It seems significant to me, and so I guess my follow-up question would be: you talked about CFDs for schools in other communities, and I would be very interested in seeing some examples of those at some point, because I know from our current development, we're finding that CFDs for maintenance of just even sound walls, we see a clear difference. You can drive up Hillcrest, and one side is really good and the other side is kind of trashy. And so we've had to bear the expenses for that. And the new developments, they have those CFDs, and that's very helpful. The old developments, it wasn't discussed or thought, and so the city bears the brunt of those. But I would like to see those CFDs for school districts. I think that could be very helpful.
Happy to.
Thanks. And then I guess the last comment, or I actually have two final comments. One is portables. I understand it's a short-term solution to hopefully a temporary problem, but my experience and my perception is it's a short-term solution to a long-term problem. And I don't know how we get beyond that, because I cannot help but think that portables, I don't know that it's just my impression that they may impact the students' ability to learn. It may impact their school environment. It may impact a lot of things. And I don't know if there's studies that talk about that, but I'm familiar with schools that have had them for decades. And for me, my sense is when you go beyond the mass that you anticipate for allowable number of students, you don't just simply get to turn the kids away. I mean, they're coming to your school regardless. And so I would be interested in knowing more about that, what the long-term view is, because we absolutely need to figure this out. And then the final thing I'd just like to comment on is most places where I bought homes in the past, the number one consideration I've had, and realtors will always say it's location, location, location. And the next words out of their mouth is the most critical point is school district. And you can have the worst house in a great school district, and it's going to be worth a lot more. And so I do agree with you 100% on how it increases our property values. And I think that's a firm sell point for me as well. So thank you for your thoughts, your comments, and your presentation. I appreciate it very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you. I do got a little bit of a list here, so bear with me. First off, just thank you for coming and presenting. I think, again, this is probably the third time I've seen this presentation. I appreciate your passion and just being open and honest and transparent about what some of the challenges are that our community is facing. So needless to say, I'm a teacher. I work for the Hollister School District. I teach 7th grade at Rancho Santana. I'm your guys' neighbor. I'm half a block away from the high school. And I just want to mention that I think because I see some of the impacts that you're talking about firsthand. We've talked about this in intergovernmental pre-COVID. The Superintendent Lamonto and yourself and the school board trustees talked about where we were headed. The mayor before was sounding the alarms. Then I started to get wind of it and sound the alarms about how the cost of their fees are not covering the cost of not only building these schools, but staffing them as well, which we just learned about with some of the challenges the school district went through, right? So needless to say, we headed towards a pandemic. What we're going to see if we don't address this is higher classroom sizes. The kids' education is going to be lowered, and we're going to see people getting laid off. That's what's happening at the school district, right? Basically, I think we need to take a more proactive approach, and we haven't been doing that. I'm wondering about, so just to be very, very clear, you've mentioned this, and I just want to reiterate this so the public knows. The development fees is the smallest portion of your budget to help cover the cost. It's only 11%, yet it was supposed to be projected at 50%. It's the very smallest portion to help cover your cost. That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm wondering, have you
to
talked?
build a school, to build a campus. So I want to make sure people
Not
understand
our
that.
operational budget. But
Yeah,
the
just to
budget
build.
for a school facility. Yes.
Got it. Dublin and Beaumont, have you looked into what they're doing to address these challenges?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there are very few districts that are in our predicament, if you will. And so Dublin Unified, Beaumont, Kern High School District are examples.
And what are they doing to address these challenges? Have you looked into that?
Exact same thing we're doing here today. Working with the
That's-
city council, working with the county board, working with the development community, working with their constituents. Because it is a, how should I say this? It is a common challenge.
Yeah.
With only a very finite amount of solutions, which is partnership with the development community to build that next school.
Okay. What happened with the bond? Where was the foresight on the board to prioritize building a swimming pool and a football field over using that money to build a new high school? What happened back then?
Well, I can tell you, in terms of Trustee Corrigan wasn't on the board for that particular decision in terms of 2014. But Roland, you've been a member of this community for a long time. The school district has been there since 1895. Over time, we've had a series of development. So we build a portion of campus, we build a portion of campus, we build a portion of campus. And every decade, one portion of campus gets that much older in terms of the amenities. So in taking a look at what the current needs were heading into a 2014 election, they were tremendous for that particular site. There were classroom needs, there were technology and infrastructure needs, there were equity and access needs, there were space and capacity needs, as well as the fact that we had one pool that was dilapidated and not operational, and another pool that the plaster was pulling off, and it was costing money to repair something that was not going to last. If I remember correctly, I think those pools were built in 1968, 69. And so the life expectancy of those particular aquatics facilities had just run their course in terms of that. But taking a look at the amenities that we did project, the board considered a few factors. One is making sure that the school, San Benito High School, was a high quality, top-notch facility for our students today, right? Our students deserve to go to a quality institution, a 21st century school environment. Taking a look at a second high school and or a third high school. So let's imagine high school A, high school B. If you don't address high school A before you start to build high school B, you're going to create a disparity between the haves and the have-nots. So I think that the board in 2014, leading to that decision, made a very wise choice, knowing full well that we had to prepare for tomorrow. We needed to take care of today. there were so many needs on that campus over a particular, generation, if you will, Roland. The football field, Andy Harden Stadium, was a different story. If you remember, we had a windstorm. I think it blew the press box, bent the frame of the grandstand, so to speak. And so that really was largely because of a unfortunate event that we took a look at, what we needed to do there. But along the way, there were some decisions made by the Board of Trustees that bode well for this community and bode well for the school district. One is putting in artificial turf, reducing the fact that we're using water because we're on a well system, our own water, right? That has a finite amount of water in it. Two, we reduced the amount of maintenance that was actually being applied to those particular areas. So when we took a look at our usage of our own resource. The amount of money we were paying to have upkeep on that resource on a daily, weekly, and annual basis. And we put in now turf for whether it be the football stadium, the softball field, or the multi-use that our kids can use 24 hours a day, 7 days a week in theory, right? 7 days a week. And it's a safe, playable surface. And so that's a really good use of funds for the longevity. And we see that happening in all school districts across California. Why? Because of those factors I just described.
Thank you. So as I mentioned earlier, Hollister School District laid off quite a few employees, or they pink slipped them, right? I'm sure you're familiar with that. What my understanding was that the reason that this occurred was a number of reasons. Number one, they used one-time COVID funds to hire a bunch of people. Number two, they built a new school and they budgeted to build the new school. However, they did not budget to staff the school. Have you thought about this, and how are you prepared to deal with these challenges moving forward, you and your board, if and when you get a new school, so that we don't have to lay off teachers in the future?
Yeah, and I'd be hard pressed to understand the unfortunate predicament, in terms of the nuances. Thank you for describing. I'm very confident in our trustees, our board president, the advice that we receive from financial counsel, and then the wisdom in our administrative cabinet to take a look at the most optimal solution moving forward. And what I mean by that is there are many approaches when you build a new school. One is to phase it in over a particular number of years. You start small, just like San Benito High School. And I was showing the kids yesterday an aerial photo of 1931. They're like, oh my God, the football field's right here. Yes, the football field was right there at one particular time. And Roland, I think the most important thing is we want to do this correctly. And what I mean by that is we want to make sure that our budget can sustain whatever decisions that we're making. And so when we take a look at that, maybe the school is phase one in the near future, with a phase two, 5, 6, 7 years later, a phase three, because we know over time that Samuel High School has grown just like that. Salinas High School District, when you take a look, they put a new school in. They phased in the approach. So all of those considerations would be taken into effect. So.
Okay, thanks. And then just to reiterate your thoughts earlier, phase one for a basic model high school would be 120 million. Is that correct? At the estimate of 2020 is what you said, right?
That is correct. And we're revisiting that right now.
Okay.
And it will be a new facilities master plan will come out in the next few months with a new number, but yes.
Most likely it's going to be higher than that.
It will certainly be higher.
Okay. For my other question, okay, so it says a voluntary mitigation agreement. Why is it voluntary? Can you talk about that a little bit? And I'll be honest, I agree with everything else that you're saying, right? And I do believe that we've got to be proactive. And if we do this right, it's an investment in our community and our housing market. That's a great point. Also, it's an investment in our education. I believe in that. But why is this considered voluntary? Because I don't have a lot of faith in our development community from previous projects that have happened. So is there another way that we can make sure that we do this and it's not considered voluntary? I'm curious about that.
So unfortunately, with the level 2 fee, under the law, it's considered full mitigation. Okay, that's where we run into trouble. Having said that, I think that, well, no, let me strike the word I think. I know that it becomes very apparent and very obvious that there is a problem. There needs to be a supplemental fee. That is not uncommon. And I think that, there's the word think, at the end of the day, we are government. Okay. It can be a pretty rocky road. A lot of times you'll have certain entities sort of threaten litigation and everything else. But at the end of the day, government could be pretty strong. And we choose to solve problems, not create them. So the word voluntary means let's sit down and let's work it out. Because those same folks, if pressed with the types of questions that we're talking about today, I mean, they might just, say, no, we're not going to do anything under any circumstance. Then there are responses, and I don't want to get into them in a public forum, but school district, a lot of families today and in the past years, there's a lot of loyalty there. There's a lot of loyalty of existing people to the existing community. And it's just a road that is not productive. The productive thing to do is to be honest about the problem and get some good solutions that work for the people who live here today and the people who are going to be here tomorrow and the day after.
Thank you. Councilmember Morales.
Thank you for the presentation. I know I've probably heard it a couple of times, but and I appreciate that the county actually took measures to change the bill. That is something that I've heard, and I wondered myself when I first moved here. But what can we do in terms of is it policy? Is it a workflow process? Is it making sure that you have notifications of when things come so that you are able to, or we can recommend? So I'm looking for, not talk about it anymore. Can we set some parameters or policy or, like I said, workflow in order to actually start engaging in change and actually start moving forward? I don't want to be here, 2-3 years from now talking about the same thing.
Yeah.
Is that it? Thank you. So I have a lot of things to say about this because we've had these conversations. John, I remember our conversations way back in the day. I remember when my kids were started school, kinder and first, and having a conversation with my wife about the high school is just not in very good shape. And we might have to be thinking about moving out of town as they approach those years. And John, this is when we started having these conversations that I can remember starting to see or hear the ideas and some of the plans coming through, and then seeing it start to happen and just really being amazed by what was accomplished by your group.
Thank you.
I remember telling my wife, our kids are going to one of the best high schools that I've seen around. And I've seen a lot of schools. And I was really proud of that. And if people don't understand the condition of the high school back then, as you described, the pool or even the athletic fields, they were in bad shape. And you did the right thing. Absolutely. And I every time I walk through the campus, I'm so proud of everything that was done. And, when people do come visit, they look at that high school and say, wow, this is a high school. That doesn't change the fact that we're getting over capacity. And this is something that, as Roland mentioned, I started ringing that bell right about that same time as I started noticing early on. I said this early on. I was absolutely for development before I became mayor, and into it a year or two. And once I started looking at numbers, I realized this is not working. There's numbers that are off. I can remember as I did research for the city, our road issues before they were road issues, saying, hey, we're going to have a problem with this. We need to identify this and figure out how we're going to pay for it. But I saw what I think scared me the most was the schools. And I started digging into that. I remember having a conversation with the superintendent of Hollister School District before the new school was built way back, saying, look, here's the numbers I'm seeing. You're going to be impacted in the next 4 or 5 years. You're going to be severely impacted. And you're going to have to build that school. It's going to cost you about $50 million to build that school. And I remember there was some laughter. It's like, what are you talking about? It's only going to be 35 million. I said, no, it's going to be more than that. And here's what I'm seeing as far as numbers. And if I understand your impact fees correctly, that is only, it's funny, it turned out to be about 13 million. I said, it's about 13 million. And how are we gonna make this other part up? Oh no, we're gonna get money from the state. I said, look, one thing I've learned early on, don't trust the state. They might have you do a little dance for them and throw you a few dollars through a grant here and there. But we know realities is funding on a yearly basis. Well, that school really turned out to be closer to about $60 million. And this is when I've really pushed hard to have intergovernmental, have the school districts involved, to have a voice in what we're planning as a community. And I remember these reports coming, environmental reports, and, oh, there's minimal impact from a new development. You expressed it perfectly. Absolutely false. They're absolutely false, and we all knew they were absolutely false. Yet, it went out there as there's no impact on the school, so don't worry about this. We'll worry about it later. Today is later. You know, when I look at this and we're hearing the modular units having to go in, I think Mr. Burns is dead on. You know, kids go to that school because they see, they're proud of it. Now we're going to have to fall back to the modular part of it. And I know there's some good ones out there. But we can no longer allow, we'll worry about it later. We need to worry about it right now. We really aggressively went after CFDs at the city because they were too low here. And quite frankly, we didn't even have enough until we pushed more and more. And I still personally feel they're still too low. Now I know a new homeowner might not like that. And I know there's people saying it's not fair to the developers, but it's not fair to the community because the number one thing is the quality of our schools. You have a high quality school district, you have lower gang activity, you have higher producing residents, higher paying jobs coming to our community. It all ties together. We cannot accept that we can't do this. We have to find a way to do it and do it right. But what I want to hear at the end of the day here is that we're doing it together and we're not just going to say, well, that one we're going to allow, we'll just allow it to go. They're friends of ours. We don't have that luxury anymore. We got to identify this, get the numbers you're talking about, and be very clear. We screwed up, quite frankly, because that number you're talking about, and it wasn't, Doctor, I don't think you were on board at the time, but I can remember having that conversation with the high school too, saying, hey, what I'm seeing, you're going to be at capacity. And I think that oh, we're going to 20, 30 a year. I said, I'm telling you, there's a tidal wave coming right at you right now. That number is going to be over 4,000 in no time at all. So we got to move quickly on this, implement these fees, as you said, volunteer basis. And there's ways we can have that happen, but we need to do it as a full community. And we need to understand the type of growth we're experiencing, we cannot accept any longer. We can't just have sprawl. We do need to provide for our community, but we can do that in a much better way. So I really appreciate you guys going into a really in-depth presentation today, because I think that's what we all needed, because we all, and I want to make sure the community understands, we all need to wake up. It's not one person's fault. It's all of us. We're going to fix it together, or we're all going to pay the price for this. And I do believe there is still time to do that. We're going to be hit hard. We're going to see some years of suffering. But as long as we all work together on this, we can turn this around. I believe in the next 5-6 years, we can start coming out of this mess that we created.
Mr. Mayor, I want to point out the wisdom in what you just shared, that school facilities set the tone for culture and climate on any campus in America. School facilities set the tone. And it's our job to set that as a very high tone. One of the things, and I'm just going to point out, when John and I started our work together, we only had about 180 trees on campus. Today we have 587 trees on campus. Just by simply greening our campus, we're reducing carbon monoxide, right? We're producing oxygen. But you know what it's doing to the atmosphere on campus? Small steps in the right direction. Kids are now enjoying shade on a hot day. Rather than having asphalt, we have green. It's a calmer and it's a soother environment. Everything you just shared, Mr. Mayor, spot on. So thank you.
And thank you, guys. But believe again, you're going to bring back more information for us, and then we can figure out how to work together and still probably go through intergovernmental to make that happen.
We have a lot of work to do together.
And thank you for staying with it. Do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Bill Lee.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi. I wanted to comment. I met with Dr. Tenenbaum and his team back in December. You all know that I have a proposed project of a little over 100 homes next to Gavilan College, which we had just heard a presentation on. After meeting with Dr. Tenenbaum back in December, when the high school outlaid this concern that they have, we have attempted several times to negotiate with the high school to offer to pay higher fees than the fees that are required under state law. We didn't hear back when Dr. Tenenbaum made a presentation in January to the city council. I was there in person, and I tracked him down out front and said he wasn't ready. So Dr. Tenenbaum and San Benito High trustees, we're willing to negotiate with you. We want to be a good citizen with our project. We understand the need is here, and we've said from day one that we are willing to pay more than the amount that the state requires. We need some guidance from you as to what you'd like from us. We're willing to be your first poster child and set the pace for San Benito County and set the tempo, set a precedent for other developers. Our project in general, I had submitted a speaker card on the Gavilan College topic and had hoped to talk, but the project that we're trying to do, I'm not an out-of-town developer that's trying to hit and run. I've been in this community for over 30 years. I want to build a product that's going to not only have affordable housing, but have units where students and teachers can live next to the school. And I want to be a good community member morally. And that includes cooperating with the high school, because if no other developments are allowed to ever go in the county, they're already going to be over capacity. So it's too late, and they're going to have to go down the path of getting another school. And I agree they should get more fees than just the state minimum fee, and it does take some voluntary cooperation. Some of the past projects got into the city and county too cheap in many directions. And Mr. Mayor, I agree with you. We all need to work together, and we can't do anything about those past projects, but we can do something about current projects, and we can be good projects and good stewards for our community going forward. So I would just conclude and say for the record that we are more than willing to cooperate. And when the high school district is ready to sit down and try to talk numbers, we're ready to do that, and we're ready to make some kind of a commitment and show this community.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Victor Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Victor here with Pinnacle Strategy. First of all, I want to thank Sean for his leadership. I've met with Sean, I don't know how many times over the last 2 or 3 years. So it's been a pleasure chatting with them. And I would agree with you as well, Mayor. The time is now, right, to start getting some of these impact fees elevated and work with us developers to pay more to fund that. I'm on record. You've heard that. I'm more than willing to contribute from our projects to grant more funding for the second high school here in San Benito County. I also want to thank the high school district, because what I'm hearing too, and it's music to my ears, is without development, you get no fees. So without any new projects going in the city of Hollister, Sean, you will never get your second high school. So I want to thank you for your support of this growing community. And you heard it straight from me. You heard it straight from me. We support it. I'm a member of BIA, and I think we were supposed to meet. We haven't had that meeting with Sean wearing a BIA hat, but I am a BIA member and work closely with Pat Salcido and the folks at Bay Area BIA. We look forward to having those conversations, but I'll tell you right now, I may not even agree with them, because they may say stick with the state level. I don't agree with that. We definitely need to provide more funding for the high school. And you have my commitment here today to do that. There's been discussions about a CFD. Guess who came up with the idea of the high school having a CFD? I did. I shared that with Sean. I shared it with Jeff. Now it's wrapped into their presentations. You're welcome. Okay. This is a funding source, and I'm making it clear. The development community has never said we're not going to fund a second high school. Just like Bill Lee said, let's come to the table and come to an agreement on what those fees are going to look like. So we're excited. We're excited to be part of this joint endeavor with the high school here, representing the business community and the development community. These conversations need to happen early, okay? Early on, not at vesting tentative map at Planning Commission. They need to happen early. Today, we have an item, the last item on the agenda, a pre-zone for annexation for a development. We would be more than willing to cut a check today to the high school if that project is allowed to move forward, right? So we are willing and ready to do what we need to do as a development community to help. Another thing I want to clarify in these next 15 seconds is the EIR. We don't hire EIR consultants. We don't do that. So anything in reference to mitigation and mitigation being taken care of doesn't come from the development community. It comes from the city of Hollister. The city of Hollister hires the EIR consultants, not us. Thank you for your time.
Sir.
Before I say no more speakers, I'd like to give a moment just for anyone else on Zoom to raise their hand. There is a little bit of a lag, so I'm going to ask if there are any more speakers on this item. I'm pretty confident there are no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Again, thank you for your presentation. I look forward to meeting up with you all soon. Thank you. Why don't we take, go ahead, sir.
Thanks. I did want to just follow up on something Mr. Gomez just said. Mr. Miller, I'm concerned based on what I've heard this morning about the EIR. Is there a way to have a more engaged conversation? Because if the status quo is what has always been, then how do we change that?
Yeah, I'll have a conversation with the people that we hire for the IR. I mean, it is given to the developer to choose, but we'll have that conversation.
Thanks. And I would hope as maybe our planning commission comes up to speed on this as well, that they look more in depth at the environmental impact reports for that element, because it seems like if it gets beyond the planning commission, in most cases, those projects are going to be approved and you know, and I've heard Mr. Gomez say that he's willing to write a check today. So I'm encouraged by that.
We heard it was Victor, but okay.
I'll tell you what, Mr. Gomez, you write the $125 million check and we'll see what we can do about the project.
We even try to get his name on the school.
Yeah. Gomez High School sounds good. Why don't we, if there's no other comments or questions, why don't we take a 10-minute break? All right, this time we're going to resume the meeting and move to item A3.
Thank you. I just want to, on the next three items, I just wanted to give council the heads up. These projects are coming forward to you as part of the council's plan to have all the developers talk to the same council members at the same time, so you can hear about their developments. But planning or engineering staff have not vetted these projects, so they're probably won't be able to really answer any of it on the staff side questions because we just have not looked at these, but this is the time for the developers to talk to the council. Just want that understood before we move forward. So the next item would be for the developers for the Hollister family apartments to give a presentation to the council.
Excellent. Thank you, City Manager Miller. Mayor and members of the council, Victor Gomez with Pinnacle Strategy here, representing Chelsea Investments. Abby and Jim are here with us. Super excited to bring this project here for early thoughts and consideration. About a year and a half ago, you folks promised that we would have land use sessions to have transparency and bring these items before you. So I just want to say thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, for doing this. We really appreciate it. And I think the transparency is clear, and having these, discussions in public are critical. So thank you for doing that. So yeah, certainly want to introduce Jim Anderson and Abby Hawkins as well, who's here with us today. We're here to share with you this really exciting project, about 140 fully affordable units, family units as well, 1, 2, 3 bedroom that I think will be eye openers for all of us. As a member of the council from 2008 until 16, I know that we were successful at least the first 4 years when we had redevelopment money to actually invest in affordable housing projects here in Hollister. I know, Mayor, you were a part of those as well, and it was fantastic. We actually had resources to actually construct some affordable units. That went away, so it's complicated things. And so having partners out there in the community like Chelsea that's here with you today, showcase some of these projects that we could bring to the city of Hollister, again, fully 100% affordable, I think are critical. So with that said, I'm actually going to pass it to Abby and she'll do the presentation here. We're more than happy to answer any questions afterward.
So my name is Jim Anderson. I'm the Chief Development Officer for Chelsea Investments. I thought I would spend a few seconds before I turn it over to Abby, who's just an expert on the project, just talking about who Chelsea is in your community. So Chelsea's been in business a little over 35 years. We've done over 130 communities throughout California, New Mexico, Arizona. We really span all of California down to the Mexican border, Imperial County up through the 99 corridor, and we're as far north as Clear Lake and as far south as Calexico. We also have a large presence in New Mexico as well. Again, 130 affordable housing communities deep, about 12,000 units. Again, all of them are deed restricted for 55 years and affordable. Nearly every constituency you could imagine, from family to senior, developmentally disabled, veterans, permanent supportive housing, et cetera, et cetera. We really are spanning the gamut. We're always a long-term owner. We hold everything that we do long-term. We recently had a groundbreaking out in the city of El Centro. We had a project that we were cutting the ribbon on with the city council and the mayor. And next door was a project that we had actually completed 8 years earlier. And when you looked at the two projects back to back, they looked identical. You couldn't tell that the 8-year-old project was any older than the one that was being ribbon cutted, because we take care of our projects. It's one of the most important things that we do. The second thing that we do is when you see one of our communities, when you drive around, you don't know if it's a market rate project or it's an affordable project. It is critical for us to have a project that fits the context of the community, fits the context of the neighborhood, and just looks like it belongs. That's really important to us. We're a vertically integrated company. We have a development company. We have an asset management company that tends to these assets long-term, and a construction company. And you've all heard about how terribly the construction industry has gone wild. This is one of the ways we control our costs, is we do it all in-house. And that has really helped us go from sky-high increases to just moderately terrible increases. I guess that's the best way I could put it. But we are here to tell you about our project, tell you about some of the exciting financing opportunities that are coming up for us. And Abby is going to go into all those details. And then we want to be available to answer any of your questions that we can. So with no further ado, Abby Hawkins.
Well, thank you all today for allowing us to present our project of a 100% affordable project here in the city of Hollister. And that being said, I'll figure out how to. Okay, so the site location, this location is located on the southeastern corner of 4th and Roykovich Way. It's approximately 3.7 acres, and it's zone west mixed use west gateway. And so with this zoning, it allows for a mix of residential and commercial uses. We like this site because it has really great proximity to amenities like public transit, parks, schools, and jobs. All of these amenities are extremely important to our residents of this community. So what we like to do, when we go into a new area, we really like to get a good understanding of what the community needs are. So when we studied the community of Hollister, we tried to get an understanding so that we could collaborate and create a project that was beneficial for both Chelsea and also the community members that will be living there. So we created a family project, and in our family projects, sorry, I haven't spoken in front of a real life group of people in over 2 years. So I apologize for my nervousness.
Oh, no, you don't need to worry. There's only about 1 million people watching online.
Perfect. Okay, great.
Other than that, you're good to go.
So with our family projects, about 25% of our units are for 3 bedrooms, and at least 25% are for 2 bedrooms. So these are very nice, large units that we provide for families, which I don't know if you guys have looked into it lately, but these are extremely difficult to find. So with the current zoning and the vision for the West Gateway community, we tried to modify our plan that we previously submitted to conform to the existing limitations of the site. And this is what we came up with. This is a 2-phase project, approximately 70 units per phase. So 139 total units and 1,000 square feet of commercial and office space. The buildings are 3-story, garden-style walk-ups with a community room, amenities, and 180 parking spaces. So we designed this community to be consistent with the West Gateway community specific plan. We reduced the setback from 4th Street. We increased the height to 3 stories. We added a mix of office and residential. We increased the density to 35 dwelling units per acre. We created a buffer zone between the proposed and the existing uses. We created a pedestrian-friendly corridor, and we reduced the parking to encourage transit ridership. All of these elements are identified in the West Gateway specific plan. And this project also helps the residents and the city of Hollister by providing 100% affordable housing. This will help the city with the regional housing needs assessment goal set by the 6th housing cycle. And this project will provide housing for families that earn between $30,000 to $80,000 per year for a family of 4. And these units, again, will be deed restricted for 55 years. So just a little bit of history about the project. Back in 2000, this area lost its DDA designation, which is a difficult to develop area, which means that finding affordable housing financing is extremely difficult. So back in 2021, this project was awarded 25 project-based vouchers through the Santa Cruz Housing Authority. And we believe that this project would be competitive enough for a multifamily housing project program, which that application is due on June 30th. In order to apply for this application, we need to have all of our entitlements in place. If successful, we would then apply for low-income housing tax credits in March of 2023, start construction in December of 2023, with a project completion in the beginning of 2025. So the Hollister market currently that we studied, we took a 3-mile radius and pulled demographics from CoStar, and we are seeing that the vacancy rate for multifamily development is around 1%. Retail and office vacancy is around 48%. And this is most likely due to COVID, but it's still, there's a substantial amount of available office and retail space currently. Under the current code, this site would be required to provide a total of 261 parking spaces. That is a ratio of 1.88 spaces per dwelling unit. The state of California passed an Assembly Bill 2345, which allows 100% affordable housing projects to reduce their parking to a code that's stated on the screen above. Currently, the majority of our projects have a parking ratio of 1.2 spaces per dwelling unit. What we are proposing for this particular project is a ratio of 1.3. So the 1.2 spaces per dwelling unit that we currently own and operate are more than adequate to provide our residents of our communities that we have built throughout California, New Mexico, Utah, and Arizona. The reduction in parking helps on multiple fronts. It helps the city meet its climate action goals. It encourages local transit ridership. It encourages local job accessibility and helps the project with its Green Point rating and sustainability. So we are here today to ask for your approval to move this 100% affordable project forward. We have identified an achievable financing path, which we will need to have all entitlements in place before June 30th. We are requesting that in the case that the Planning Commission hearing cannot be scheduled prior to June 30th due to staffing shortages or other delays, that you allow city staff to process this project ministerially for the funding application only. We will continue to work with city, staff, and the community to shape this important project. We have designed this project to fit within the design elements of the West Gateway specific plan. However, we are concerned that the amount of commercial space that is suggested for the project is going to be extremely difficult to finance. So we are proposing the 1,000 square feet of commercial office, and we request that this amount be adequate to comply with the current zoning regulations. We understand that parking is always a delicate subject, and we want to be respectful of that. We are proposing the state parking requirement that we utilize in a majority of our communities across California. As an owner and operator, we believe that this parking amount will be more than adequate for the site location and the proximity to amenities. We ask that you approve our request to utilize AB 2345 in reducing the parking requirement for this community. We thank you very much for your time in hearing our project today, and we are here to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you.
If I could also just make one closing comment. I thank you so much, Abby. I appreciate that. Yeah, we haven't been in front of human beings in a little while. And it's lovely to see you all. One thing I wanted to mention, a couple of side notes on this project. We worked very hard on this project. And when we originally got involved, as you heard from Abby, there was a DDA designation. And what that does, I don't know if you're all aware of it, it gives you a 130% boost in the amount of tax credits you can receive on a project. It really helps you in the funding and actually helps you in your competitiveness, because all of these projects are just incredibly competitive when you're vying for state funds. So we believe that we have a very strong financing path, but it's a narrow one because of various federal programs and state programs. The state has put a very large chunk of money out there that is available and competitive. And with our vouchers, we believe that we will qualify for this really terrific program that'll turbocharge the financing and be able to deliver these units. So we've been sort of idling here since basically January, February of 2021, trying to make this project sort of fit the criteria. And now we are where we are, and we're so excited to be working with your staff. Your staff has been terrifically helpful. So we are prepared to do anything we can do to work and collaborate together to make these units available. One also quick side note, in my day job, of course, I do this, but in my spare time, I'm a scuba diving instructor, and I typically dive out of Monterey, and my dive shop is local. So I got an opportunity to teach kids to dive in the Hollister pool. That was my home pool. I probably have taught 24 people out of that pool. It is the greatest pool I have ever seen in my life. And I thought that facility looked like a college campus. There is such a sense of pride in this community. So I'm going to fight like the Dickens to be in your community, because I can't wait to do something here locally. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So first of all, I just want to confirm, we're talking about rental properties, correct? This is going to be a rental?
This is deed restricted for 55 years as rental property for families.
And so I don't know if you've got a model, a business model, but how are you going to, assuming this goes forward, how are you going to manage the property on site?
So the income that is received from the residents, and it is at between 30 and 60% of median income times 30%. That is the rent that people will pay. So it is a very affordable project, but that income that we receive then services the permanent debt, whatever that permanent debt, and the balance goes directly to services. So there will be property management services, maintenance services, and then services for the residents that we will provide. That's the cash flow that makes this thing go.
And that would be on site?
Yes, we have on-site management and we have on-site services.
Okay. And so I heard you talk about the parking issues, and I understand, I think. I don't know, what is the capacity for on-street parking for those tenants that have more parking needs than opportunities?
You have an answer?
Well, so the parking that we have proposed for this project it's only off-street parking. And I believe with the community plan, there will be on-street parking, but we didn't include that into our proposal. This is strictly off-street parking.
And so maybe that'd be a better question for the city engineer or Mr. Miller. And I heard Mr. Miller, what you said at the beginning of this, but I'm not intimately familiar with that area that this is proposed to go, but you know, I mean, often rental properties are challenged for lack of parking. When you have a 2 or 3 bedroom unit, you could end up with 3 or 4 cars. And obviously this doesn't work in that situation.
Yeah, really. This being on 4th Street, there's really not any additional parking in that area.
Okay. So that could be an issue, but I understand that I don't know how we turn an issue into an opportunity, but I do have some concern about that. Can you talk to me a little bit more about the tax credits? I heard what you said. I'm a layperson as it relates to that, but I took away that timing is critical in this matter because of funding streams out there and
Yeah.
tax credits. What are tax credits for people like me?
Sure.
And how do you benefit by using those? And how do we as a community benefit by moving this project forward with that?
Yeah. So I'm going to do a quickie. And if I see your eyes roll back in your head, yeah, I'll know I'll go too deep. Okay. So I'll do my best. So the way that these projects work is we can't pay a mortgage that is your typical 60 to 75% of the value of a property because I don't have enough income. So what I need to do is I need to get subsidy for the cost of the building. So let's just say a project is $20 million. My mortgage might literally be 30% of that. Okay, so that's $6 million. So I've got to go out and I've got to find $14 million of money I don't have to pay back in order to subsidize this. And it's a mathematical equation that shows what the cash flow is. We load it up with our expenses, we load it up with the services, and we say, okay, this is what it costs to run. What sort of money do I need to make in order to make this work? Then I go out and I find the subsidy that actually fills the gap. So I need 14 million to fill the gap. And that is through a combination of tax credits and other programs that will fill that gap. So the tax credits on this deal are it's a pretty interesting scheme. I make an application to the city or the state of California, and these are typically federal tax credits and state tax credits. Imagine it's a prepaid card to go out and pay state or federal taxes. Companies like these, such as banks and various other institutions, because when they buy them, they actually get other benefits on their balance sheet. Chevron's a big buyer. All the big banks in California are buyers. So they invest in these tax credits. So what I do is I receive, say, $20 million of tax credits. Then I go out to the marketplace and I go sell them. When I sell them, I get that money and I use that to build my property. So that's tax credits. Usually those tax credits are not enough to fill the gap. So I need some other little piece. That's what we have to apply for by June 30th. So once I get that little piece, now I have the vouchers. Now I have all the pieces in place. At the next funding cycle, I'm going to go in and I'm going to say, okay, guys, I'm ready for my tax credits. Once I apply for those tax credits, they give me 180 days to break ground. So I'm in a race for the clock. So this public-private partnership that is the tax credit scheme that makes these projects work requires delicate timing and real coordination with communities. We want to bring this to the communities, but oftentimes we have these requests that are time sensitive just because we got to hit these deadlines and they got to be in sequence. If I'm going to be competitive for those tax credits, I have to be able to show to the state, hey, we have all the money except for your tax credits. So it's sort of chicken and egg. And I guess, what are we, the egg? I don't know, something. Does that make sense, everybody?
It was helpful for me. I can.
Okay. I know it's a really kind of complicated scheme, but it's pretty cool how it works.
Right. I would agree with you.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add Councilmember Burns and to the rest of the council. I know we're here in early consideration, kind of early thoughts of concept. I didn't want us to all get hung up on the parking component and the commercial component, because really that's going to be done through the entitlement process, right? So these questions around financing, really that's kind of at the crux of, I think, where we are right now on the project. I'm not trying to punt, but I kind of am, because those are issues that we could work through, Councilmember Burns, as we navigate through the entitlement process.
One last comment on that. We were talking to Victor a little bit about this yesterday, and how much detail do you provide and how much detail do you leave for the internal discussions? We opted for transparency. We want to lay every card on the table. We want you to know everything that we think is important on the project. So sorry for all the detail, but it's just, we'll just lay our cards on the table and sort of say, here's where we are, and we'll answer every question we're capable of. And once we can't, we'll say, we'll get back to you.
Perfect. So I have just a couple more questions or thoughts. And so I believe you were in the audience earlier this morning when we were talking about the need for another high school.
Absolutely.
And so what are your initial thoughts as it relates to developing a project of about 139, I think you said 139 apartments. And how would that impact your thoughts based on that conversation?
Well, one of the things I love about this community is how much pride it takes. Again, I've spent a lot of time in Hollister. I've spent time at the high school, and it's clear there's a tremendous sense of pride. But this is a family project. This is going to look great, but this is a part of the community that is probably not served. The folks that will live there are probably not within the city limits. They're probably driving here on your roads to come and serve the community. It may be first responders, it may be teachers, it may be other people that simply don't have the ability or the availability of housing. And given that this is family housing, they're going to be kids, and the kids are going to impact the schools. We heard everything that Dr. Tannenbaum said, and I thought that was an incredibly informative presentation. And, we know that we will be a part of that discussion and part of that process. As an affordable housing project, we want to be careful to not throw, burdens on us that, quite frankly, other developers who are, selling high-end single-family homes can carry because they have the profit margin. We don't have the profit margin, but we are always trying to be the solution in a community, not the problem. That's why we want to work with you folks. But I thought that was spot on. And as a former recovering market rate developer, if somebody said to me, we will approve your project, but you have to pay the freight, I'd stand up and I'd say, tell me what the number is, because that's the price of doing business in town. And I would accept nothing less than a letter of support from Dr. Tannenbaum, or don't play.
Thank you. Mr. Miller, one of the comments that was made during the presentation was about if we couldn't hit certain time constraints to have planning and development processes ministerially. I don't have a clue what that means, but I'm going to admit it, and I'm going to ask for.
Yeah, there's the planning process, engineering process, and building process. Those all have timelines. I feel that we can hit those as long as we, with all projects, we get good quality plans and good quality responses. We can do that. The issue that we always get, and the complaints that everybody hears, are from people that are resubmitting plans that they didn't even address the first comments. And those go through 5, 6, 7 times. And those are the ones that take too long. They get put back into the cycle, and they take long. So as long as we have good quality plans, everything goes through really quickly.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification. I can say for myself, I 100% support this project moving forward. This is exactly the type of housing we need to address our housing concerns. Thank you for your presentation. I appreciate your candor.
Thank you, Mr. Resendez.
Thank you. So as Councilmember Burns pointed out, as we've talked about earlier, our community is in desperate need of affordable housing for our community members. And this puts me in a catch-22, I think, because I absolutely do support that we're going to have more affordable housing here. However, I am not that happy about the location. I've got to be very honest about this. I think oftentimes all of the affordable housing and the Dollar Generals end up on the west side of town. And I'd like to see us have plenty more affordable housing, but in a well-balanced way. Okay. And I think our general plan is going to include some of those things. So that's one thing that I'm just not entirely happy about. I'll be honest about that. And it's because my constituents have told me this too. And there's been problems with the other housing there, the affordable housing there. So I have concerns about the parking and and if we're going to have commercial businesses there too, like, let's not forget, they need parking spaces for themselves too. Right. So where are they going to park? If we're already going to limit the number of residents parking spaces, those are going to get filled up. And then we're going to have commercial parking as well. Is that included in your numbers already?
So the
Okay.
1.2 ratio includes just the residential, and we have 4 per thousand on the commercial side. And we're designating that more as office than a in and out retail.
Okay.
We don't anticipate that to be a heavy traffic in and out kind of situation.
Okay. And we do live in a, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say if it gets leased.
Yeah. Okay. And we do live in a commuter town though. Like the majority of the residents do commute in and out. And they do have vehicles. So I'm a little bit concerned about that. Again, I think that's something we can iron out later. What does it mean to be deed restricted for 55 years? I'm assuming that for 55 years, you're going to restrict it to low income or affordable housing. After 55 years, that is going to expire and then they'll become market rate, or what does that mean? I've never heard of that.
Generally speaking, every affordable housing project in the state of California has what's called a 55-year deed restriction. So for the term of when you receive the benefit of these tax credits, you sign a regulatory agreement that says you are going to adhere to all of this affordable requirement. And it has a term of 55 years. Practically speaking, what happens is you get 20 years into the deal, and then there's a refinance that takes place that extends it another X period of time. The chances of this ever going to a market rate are slim. I've never seen it happen.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying that. So you've been around for 35 years. I'm assuming that you've already dealt with that before.
I guess I look like I've been around for more than 35
Well, your company,
years.
sorry.
Your guess is correct.
Okay.
Councilmember.
So, and that's presumably that's what's happened before.
Yeah,
what
I've
you just
never
described?
seen in my entire career, which spans more than 35 years, an affordable project flip to a market rate project.
Got it. What are some measures that you're going to put in place that the surrounding residents typically have with affordable or low income residences such as this? So what are we going to do about keeping up the property? Is there something that you can put in place that's going to assure, other than what you mentioned before, that there's kind of like, not really, I guess we can't do like a homeowners association on affordable housing, but what are some of the measures that you guys do or you're known for doing as a company and that you're going to have in place here to help protect the look, the feel, the environment of the new community that you're going to be putting in there?
I'd say this is the number one question we get when we go into a new community, council member, is affordable housing. And we all think of those government-sponsored ghettos that are terrible and gang-infested and get dirty and get tagged and all that stuff like that. The nice thing about a public-private funding of these assets is we hold them to the highest standards. We are annually inspected. We take tremendous pride in the quality of what we do. And to the extent that anybody on this council or within the city would like to take a visit to any of our communities at any time, we'll host a tour and you can see the quality of what we do and the management of those assets. Like I said, nearly all of our assets that we've completed over time are still in our portfolio. We have property management companies that manage the asset, and then an asset management company with our asset manager being here in the Bay Area, who will visit the site on a regular basis, make sure that everything is up to full standard and is regularly maintained, painted, landscaped, done in such a way that, again, you will not know that this is an affordable housing project. It is built into our budgets and it is built into the manner in which we do business. So again, anyone at any time is invited to spend some time with us, see tours of our properties, just to see what that's all about.
And Councilmember Resend is just really good questions, but I think in the interim, we'd be more than happy to share with you, some projects that are 5-10 years old and really show you the upkeep of those projects as well. In your comments related to the inclusionary component, as you know, I grew up 2 blocks away from the site. And we did hear that quite a bit, right? I grew up in Villahermosa in an affordable housing complex. And, you do get that stigma of, well, you're a ghetto kid, right? But many of us that grew up in rough neighborhoods did pretty darn good, right? So, and I think Chelsea has certainly demonstrated that in their projects. And I think with your general plan update and the inclusionary housing ordinance that will be wrapped into that, I think will help us address those issues when it comes to the congregation of affordable units in specific areas as well.
So on that note, well, I've got a lot of thoughts about this, but I'll make it brief. I think my biggest concern is the impact that we're going to have on the schools and the conversation we had earlier. I mean, we haven't really had that many affordable housing projects done here. And I'm just wondering if most of those residents are from the city of Hollister or coming from outside, because I would imagine that the people that are primarily impacting our schools are from the Silicon Valley. Their parents are commuters and they're coming here. But I would imagine also, that being said, that most of the affordable housings, they're already living here with their parents and their grandparents. There's especially in the Villahermosa, right? So I was just wondering if there's any way that we can sort of earmark that we can get local residents or prioritize local residents' needs first before opening the floodgates to everybody else, because this is a huge problem. And I would really like to address our concerns in our community here before allowing others to move in and add to our impacts.
Council member, we do this in a couple of different ways. The people that will live there, my prediction would be that they are folks that you already see in your community every day. You probably recognize them. You'll probably say, oh, okay, great. I'm glad to see that you're moving into this new community. But I would also say that fair housing laws are such that we take all comers. Fair housing laws say we don't discriminate on any basis. However, when you advertise, we will be advertising in the local newspaper. We will be trumpeting this, perhaps with flyers at all of the local spots. In fact, we enjoyed a couple of them last night. So you can be open to all, but heavily advertise locally so that you're doing exactly what you're suggesting, which is drawing the local community to say, oh, there's this opportunity and I've got a 3-generational house. And you know what? We barely have a bedroom for the 3 of us. There's this opportunity over here to get a new housing community and get in there. Believe me, nobody wants to see that more than us, to see residents living in the community that they work. Let's send out some information to the school district and see if there's any teachers that want to come and live in this thing. How about first responders? We always find that when that happens, and there are local leaders, teachers, firefighters, police officers, paramedics, it self-regulates the community and it just becomes a really cool place. So 100% agree.
Councilmember Morales, do you have a question?
No, thank you for the presentation. I think as already mentioned, it's greatly needed in our community. I'm in full support and thank you for all the details, and I'm sure they're going to be worked out later on.
Go ahead, sir.
So just real quick, so you're gonna have a manager on site and maintenance on site? So just a little background for me, that's what I do. That's what I used to do. Now I just do it on a personal basis. And my experience from working at these communities as a maintenance supervisor, I see all the positives that come out. I see the employees that take pride in their work and keeping the buildings up. And I see the effects of that on the residents there, because they're coming to a place that's always kept up, and it helps them to feel better about themselves. And when they do that, they want to do things for themselves to make themselves better. And it's just like a snowball effect. And so I'm totally supportive of this. And I hope that other developers, that you can be the hold that mark up there so that other developers can come in and address this issue that is so needed in our community.
Thank you. And we do have on-site management, and I don't know how many units are designated for management and maintenance. Is it? Yeah, so I think it's 2, and likely it's going to be an on-site manager and an on-site lead maintenance person. And I couldn't agree with you more. That is absolutely essential to the pride that a community has. And also a comment that Councilmember Resendez had, which is we'd like to have some things distributed. Victor and I talked about this, and quite frankly, as developers are proffering applications for their development and you have an inclusionary ordinance, one of the things we do very well is partner with market rate developers all over town. And if we could do that, we would be incredibly proud to spread the wealth throughout all the communities. I think that's a healthy thing.
Again, I'm just in total support of this and look forward to more developments like this to come forward to address the issues of our residents that live here today. Thank you.
Thank you. So I do have comments and questions, and I am happy to see this type of a project, but I do have questions for you. This is what I do for a living. These are the kind of projects I visit every single day throughout the Bay Area, so I know this industry extremely well. And there are good firms out there, and there are some that are not so good, and we see it fall apart pretty quick. Most of them now seem to have a good handle on it. But I do see issues I want to be upfront about right now, because for our community, I want to make sure. I know the retail is difficult. 4th Street corridor was supposed to be retail mixed use, as you know. 1,000 square foot doesn't do anything for us. And I know many of these projects have a hard time filling the retail portion. And there's this conversation out there now, and I'm sure you guys are aware of it, as affordable retail that's been happening on a lot of these types of developments, because they're shooting for the stars to try to make some income off the retail, but they've learned to kind of, I don't want to say subsidize, but make the retail part of more affordable. And this is a area where our residents have a chance to build their businesses to move on. So I think for me, that retail component is extremely important here. We lost that on a few projects on 4th Street, and we ended up with cars parked on the street all the time, some of them flat tires, and these things we knew were going to happen, and we did it, and it happened. And I want to make sure we don't go down that path again. A lot of the good projects I've worked on have underground parking, and it makes that work because you don't end up having some of the other problems that are associated with parking around. And then residents seem to have more of a when they can park in a protected area, it doesn't turn into like a auto shop in the parking garage. And sometimes you have the covered parking or street level. There's a tendency for people to hang around in parking lots. And I'm sure you have rules on this already that you're enforcing, so people don't just park cars and become auto shops in the parking lot. But that would, if you were to go in a direction of underground parking, it would actually allow for more units in your project if you chose to go that direction. My biggest concern is having that retail and not having the overnight parking on 4th Street. Very important to me. I understand how the credits work and all those things, and I know it's by the percentages. I like to see personally more of a mix, affordable and some different levels of income, even those that are not. But I know your tax credits are a different fight, so I'm not even gonna go there. But if you ever find that way, I would definitely support your projects coming in. Security is very important. I think we have to work as a city to really back up the police department when some properties will get multiple calls. And again, it sounds like you're one of those firms that actually takes care of this kind of business, so it doesn't become a problem. But I think it's important for us in the future that we do create some type of a charge if we're getting multiple calls to a property. So that's important. I'll be pushing for those types of things in the near future, just so you're aware of it. And again, the density, I don't mind if you go another floor up personally, but I just want to make sure we have that retail component in there and we're really pushing it. So we're allowing businesses to start operating from that area. As Mr. Resendez says, The west side cannot just be affordable housing and nothing else. It has to have the community vibe to it. And that, those are the small businesses that make that happen. So I'm looking forward to seeing it. I have to say, I'm not going to say I'm in favor of rushing this through. I know you have a deadline of June, but you also said if that's approved, then you have 180 days to get started. Clarify that for me.
Sure. So there's a lot of meat on that bone, and I'll try to hit them all.
Thank you.
The first would be the tax credits that you're talking about. Our financing is coming in pieces. And the first piece is really necessary for us to be competitive with the tax credits. The first piece is actually going to be the multi-housing. Thank you. There's so many acronyms in this business, as you know. So that is the program that we're actually applying for. And that is an important competitive piece for us to be able to compete for the tax credits. So step one is the MHP program. If we're successful in getting those funds, we will then apply for tax credits in first round 2023, which is generally March of 2023 we'll apply. We generally find out in June, and then we'll be starting construction towards the end of 2023. So what we're really suggesting is that we take the discretionary component as defined by the state and say, okay, we're good with this, but we still want to work out the aesthetics of the project. There's still ingress and egress. There's still the all the processes that are typically in place to make sure all the little nits and gnats of a project work well. But in order for us to qualify for that first program, which is really the deadline's the end of June 2022, that's the rule. And there's a form you got to fill out and say, okay, municipality, we're good. We're not saying we're going to stop making the program work for the city of Hollister. And then with respect to retail, we looked at this long and hard. And here's the hard reality of retail. Tax credits will pay for the units. They don't pay for the retail. So the only way you can fund this retail is if you can underwrite that retail with a lender and be sure that you can actually get good income off of that retail. Otherwise, you can't pay for it because we can't get any funds for it. And with the high vacancy rate in town and, not a ton of retail on that corridor, it makes it really challenging for us. So we've looked at the numbers, pushed the numbers around, and even though it's a smaller amount of retail, it activates. One of the things I believe is really looked for on the 4th Street corridor is activation. Lights on, things happening. So we'll put our offices and we'll put our facilities with lights on and people doing things on that 4th Street area so that it feels active. And we're not looking for making a killing on that retail. Absolutely. If we can rent it to somebody at reasonable rates, we're happy to do so. Coachella is a great story. We had 1,400 square feet in one of our projects in Coachella. And this really great coffee company called 6th Street Coffee said, pandemic really slaughtered us, but we need a more visible location. Can't really pay that much. I said, hey, how can we work together? And we negotiated a way for them to go into the property. And it was really bare bones rates, but it's a beloved community member. So we would like to work with you on that issue, but there's some financial stuff that makes it kind of complicated. So I think, that's an area where we'd really like to collaborate and work with you just to get the sweet spot right. And then the last comment you made is about the parking. Can we do some subterranean parking? We do our very best to try to avoid that because of the insane cost of it. When you're a surface parking space, it's about $10,000 to $12,000 for a stripe space covered. Subterranean space is probably about $50,000 to $75,000 a space. So we're just struggling to come up with the dollars necessary to meet the gap. I'd also throw out there, because of the vouchers we're receiving and the program we're applying for, this will be a prevailing wage job, which is fine. I have no problem with that. But it's about 20 to 30, sometimes more percent expensive than it would be if this was a non-prevailing wage job. So we're in major cost containment mode. So we're being as careful as we can. We do our very best on all of our projects to make sure people are well aware that the assigned spaces that they get is all they get, and that there is no street parking. Don't bring 3 cars. This self-selects the residents to some extent. If they've got 4 cars, they're not going to go there because there isn't space for them. And we monitor and tag those cars that come into the parking lot. And your comment about, is this going to be Pep Boys where people are, doing shade tree mechanics? Those people don't last. And furthermore, the people that are getting these multiple police calls, we have no room for that in our communities. People have to behave by the rules or they have to find elsewhere. So we're very scrupulous about that. But every single one of your comments is super on point for the things we want to work out in the next 2 or 3 months. So thank you for all those great
You have
comments.
a few more. I agree with the parking. I think less is more in parking. And again, when I see too many parking spaces, that's when I see the abandoned vehicles and everything else coming in. So I'm good with that part. But the retail is a very important component of what needs to be happening on 4th Street. And I think you gave the example. You had a coffee shop moving in Chowchilla. So there's ways to make that work. And I think it leads to really activating that area. We cannot just keep saying, well, we can't afford to do it, so let's not do it. We'll do it down the road. And that's unfortunately what's happened on that corridor. And we just can't keep making that same mistake. So I think that plays a very important role. Going back to schools, many years ago, I pointed out, if we step back and did multifamily housing, we would not have the problem we're having right now. But because we chose to just go to single family homes, that of course brought people from out of town. Multifamily homes, any of the projects I've done in this area years ago, you said it dead on. People you knew. People moving. I was like, oh wow, I know you. 80% will be from the community. That's what makes this work. It makes it work and it helps the community catch up. But I am asking for that retail component. It's a very important part to really change that corridor. Otherwise, it does just become another affordable housing project. Even if it's a good one, that's all it becomes. So we have to change what that area is. So the community can, again, they can live and shop there. That's what the goal was in the past. But thank you for bringing it today. Thank you. Do we have any speaker cards?
We have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to just make sure we're clear. We do need we're hoping for a little bit of direction that you can give staff today on the financial component of it. When it comes to the commercial component, parking, and we look forward to working with you. And I'll be sure Councilmember Resendez and Mayor, as representative of that area, to continue to work with you as we navigate through the process to make sure we address those issues. But today, really, we were hoping for some direction you could give staff on that.
I think what you hear of support. As you point out, some of those conversations are going to happen as they're meeting with planning. As I said, personally, I'm supportive of the lower number for the parking spaces. I think the numbers were too high in the past. You've heard my comment, and I think everyone here has made a.
Mayor, I do have maybe 1 or 2 more follow-up questions, please.
Oh, now you did.
Feel like I'm on the Senate or something. So, do you guys currently own the dirt?
We are under contract and have been since early 2021. So we have not closed on the property at this point.
Okay. And I guess my other question is, what if the tax credits fall apart? Are we dead in the water, or what's plan B?
This is plan B. Plan A was we have a DDA and we apply for the tax credits. It's very smooth sailing. When the DDA, which is a state map. Okay, so it's a state map and it's capricious and it changed in 2021. We said, uh-oh. So we've been cooking up our stew and we got a plan. So this is plan B. We don't have a plan C yet. Uh-oh.
Well, let's hope we don't need to. I don't want to press too hard at this point. You know, and again, with Mr. Gomez being part of this, coming from our community, I have 100% confidence in him and his abilities too. And I didn't know he was originally from the neighborhood there. This is proposed, but that even gives me more confidence that this will be an amazing project and great outcome. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Councilmember Sendes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm glad that you brought up, I've got it in my notes too, that you're willing to partner with us on the inclusionary housing element of our general plan moving forward. I'm very much looking forward to that. And then I'm in favor. I think what we're looking for here is to see a consensus if we're in favor of moving forward. How do you say it, Brett? Ministerially. I am very much in favor of moving forward. So thank you for coming down here and I fully support that.
Thank you. And to the extent anyone on the council would like to talk to us about their concerns, or if there's a way you want to see a little bit more of what Chelsea does, I invite any of you to contact us directly and we will be happy to tour you around. So thank you. Appreciate it, council.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead. Charlie, do you have a comment?
I do real quick. I'm not here. I mean, thank you for the support on that. I just wanted to just reemphasize, hopefully this will help curb the substandard that we're going to. We've had a numerous jump in it. We just had a 3-bedroom house that was a 10-unit facility and the living conditions were horrible there. So I'm glad it's refreshing to see these type of projects. Hopefully we can curb that in the name of public safety. So thank you for that.
It's coming up again.
Oh, okay. Thank you. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now go to item A4.
Thank you. So for the next project would be the San Felipe and Santa Ana Road project. And I think Victor's going to start this off.
Yeah, great. Thank you, City Manager Miller. Mayor, members of the council, thank you for your time here today again. I'm very pleased to be bringing this project forward as well, a bit different. I think we're seeing that 3 different projects here come before you, or at least potential projects. I'm really excited about the work of Republic Urban Properties and what they've done in the Bay Area. I've had the pleasure of knowing Blake and certainly Michael for a very long time in my work in San Jose. So just really excited to have Republic Urban and their team here looking at a property that, for those that have been here in the community for a long time, have identified as a priority infill project in the city of Hollister. This vacant parcel between the DMV and the new Starbucks has been vacant forever, obviously. And I know as a kid growing up, before we had 156, the 156 bypass, that was really the hangout for truckers and the old Jerry's and all that good stuff. And unfortunately, at times has become weed infested and homeless encampment and things of that sort. What you're going to see here today from Michael is going to be really an awesome work-live style arrangement. Really what I would call a catalyst project for the North Gateway area that I think all of you will be extremely impressed with. We do have some asks at the end of our presentation. More than happy to answer those questions or have Michael and his team answer those questions as well. So I'll pass it to Michael and we'll take it from there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good to see you again. About 20 years in between visits. So nice to be back in Hollister. And thank you. I'm Michael Van Avery. I'm the managing partner and president of Republic Urban Properties. We're based in San Jose, California. And we primarily are we're 100% commercial developer, meaning we build all commercial assets from apartments, office, hotel, retail, industrial. And so we're based in San Jose, but we're also in Washington, D.C. as well. I have a short presentation here that I think will get to some of the, basics of what we're proposing with this project. And again, thank you so much for having this process. And I've listened to the other speakers before. It gives the developer a lot of guidance, right, wrong, or indifferent, real good feedback as, before we get into a lot of money and things like that. I know it also prioritizes things with your staff. So I'd like to thank the city manager. Excellent way to do business. So it's very welcoming to do business here. So there's been some changes in the game of real estate on the commercial side. And as you know, a lot of people now are working from home. I just saw some statistics. Manhattan actually only has about 30% of its workforce back. They have a vacancy of around 20%, and that's Midtown Manhattan. The city of San Francisco and in Silicon Valley also have, very high vacancy rates. And large part that's because people are, living and working from their homes. And I think for probably a bedroom community town like Hollister, this is all good information and good news, because more and more people are going to live and work here, spend dollars here. I saw that today. Your downtown's looking great, and saw a lot of people walking around, and that just kind of reemphasizes that daytime population that you have, maybe even during the week, instead of heading, kind of north on 25, they're going to be working and living in their homes, and you're going to see a lot of a new, entrepreneurship. This housing type is a commercial housing type that I'm going to describe, and it really is based upon the shifting trends of people's living habits, working habits, commuting habits. So with that, I'll start. And so I think you are, next slide, please. You're familiar with the site itself. It's a great infill location. And this product that we're calling build for rent. I can build commercial real estate, but I can't operate these things. Bang. Look at that technology. So again, there's the highlights of what we do and who we are. We do a lot of transit oriented development. That's our specialty. We work on BART stations, VTA stations, Grand Central stations in the East Coast. As I mentioned, our retail asset class. So again, we're 100% commercial, which means, we rent projects and we have tenants, whether it's retail or people or office. This particular product type that I'm going to talk to you about we call it build for rent. And what does that mean? Well, look, a lot of people that have been, living and working in Silicon Valley, San Francisco, Los Angeles, New York, they have lived close, next to transit. And so what we do a lot of high density developments, but in those high density developments, when I say five stories over parking, we're typically only building 2 bedrooms at, say 1,000 feet, 1 bedrooms at say 800 feet, and then studios between 500 and 700 feet. So that particular kind of housing product's only going to house certain types of demographics, right? You may or may not have a spouse or significant other, but once you start to age up, you have other needs, right? And that's what you're seeing here with the commuting that happens in here. People are seeking more space. They're seeking places to recreate and to, basically have their little piece of real estate. In the cities right now, we are seeing a lot of the generation, the millennials are now aging up. They're in their 30s. Most of them have animals, and now they're marrying or having significant others and having children. That's why you're seeing all this pressure here, not just in Hollister, but in Salinas, to the east, to Tracy and Lathrop, and beyond, because people now can live and work in their homes. And so they're saying, hey, I can do better than a 2-bedroom, apartment for $4,000 in San Jose. I can find other places. But this millennial generation still, because of home ownership's expensive nature, it's very difficult for them to find that, real estate that they can afford. I mean, I just was looking up, I did a lot of business in Soledad, did a lot of business here. And as you all know, something in an affordable range is extraordinarily hard to find. Anywhere between 500,000, and I saw Soledad was up in the 600,000s on median. So it's a very expensive place we live. But this just underscores the need for a different kind of commercial housing, which is build for rent. And what is that? Well, build for rent is essentially an attached product type, a townhome in most cases, and it's a 2-car garage So your parking is, taken care of there with guest parking. And then a small kind of a private open space in which is provided, a barbecue somewhere for a child or dog to recreate. And then a 3-story product type has to be at least 3 bedrooms, master bedroom, a guest bedroom. And then in this particular case, as I'll demonstrate, you would have a home office. You're always going to need somewhere potentially to work, live and work. That's the whole idea. In addition, we provide, just like you would have in an apartment, a pool, a community room, and, other types of open space as like dog parks, tot lots. I'm partial to futsal courts, basketball courts, those kinds of things. So imagine that this is an apartment community, but it's done in a townhome product type. So we've identified not just here in places like Hollister, but in Lincoln, California, Roseville, Gilroy, kind of those in the 9 and Fairfield. We have a very large project in Fairfield in near and around the 9-county Bay Area region where jobs are. Because what we've learned about the post-pandemic is, people still kind of need to be around their jobs, but they're not going to be at their office probably much more than 3 days a week. That seems to be the new trend that we have emerging. And we'll start to see staggered commute patterns. So identifying places to live in and around those job centers are going to be extraordinarily important. And we think that this product type will serve, again, that need to be near your job, but maybe you just fall short of a down payment on your home, but you and your wife can afford to live, in a place like Hollister and afford a rent. Again, a market rent. This is not a subsidized project. So this project will be a commercial asset. It'll pay, the large, property tax fees and all those items that would go with a large commercial development. So we identified this area. We know it's in your general plan. And today here, we're asking today is if the council is so inclined, we'd like to kind of take the next steps to move this project through a general plan text amendment, and then ultimately, design a project in coordination with your staff and your community that would meet the needs of this important area. And we know there's a lot of needs, and I'll try to kind of address some of them. And it's been very useful listening to the subjects today, especially about commercial requirements. This is just a generic site plan to give you an idea of how the project lays out. As I mentioned, there are 5-unit cluster townhomes. Okay. So, but none of them have, so in other words, they all are, it's one project. So it's one parcel. The streets would be private. So the community would maintain those streets as part of the expenses of the commercial project. And then I mentioned there's the open space kind of area there. Always an apartment or commercial, you have to have a pool. That's a number one thing that renters really want and desire. They also want a community space. Again, the community space would be for the residents, but we also want to offer that up for the community in the event there would be, need for community meetings. It'd be very suitable for that. So the community, rooms and things like that are for birthday parties, anniversaries, football games, all the things that you would, want to do with your friends and family in a large, full service community room. And then I think what's really important here, and I've gleaned from this listening, especially from your last speaker, is we're proposing what I think is going to be a very attractive live work frontage along San Felipe. And so in this particular instance, you would have 7,500 square feet of retail live workspace for those people who work from home. And again, this is designed for Hollister San Benito residents. This is not for someone coming in to San Benito. These are people living here now. These are your sons, your daughters, and the folks that maybe are like, well, I've been renting this house, and I think you guys right now are about 96% occupied for rental homes. So if you were to go out there and look for a rental home right now, good luck. There's only about 4% vacancy. That's not good. That is not good. You want to have more rental stock, especially in the market rate. These are the same people that I just saw downtown here shopping, living, working on the weekends. These are the folks, these are not out of towners. These are Hollister residents that will use and rent these homes. Again, market rate, it's market rate affordability. These are the folks, your sons, your daughters that maybe are short of a down payment. But again, they're teachers, they're tech workers who are working now from home. They're all walks of life that can afford a market rate rent in what lives like a single family home. Just a little bit of an example again of the development proposal. I think I've covered most of this, and again, very very pet friendly. You're looking for people that have just, they're 2-year-old now that's walking all over the place. That's going crazy. They need more space. They need kind of something that lives not like a flat in a very dense environment. They need somewhere where they're actually, they want to retain parts of this community and live in this community. And again, 2-car garages along with the appropriate guest parking. So this won't be parking on the streets. This will be self-contained, including the live work. So if I'm an architect, I'm a real estate agent, I have someone come to me for a visit, those parking spaces will be there and provided. And then again, just the amenity package, which I already covered. It's the best part about doing commercial real estate because you get to design lifestyle. And for whatever reason, people love water and life within their lifestyle. They love the pool. They love the community rooms. A lot of times you build the facility to make sure that they can have group parties, group will be a very highly amenitized package here for that. And then kind of the last part of this, which I think is important, especially based upon the comments from the last presentation, which by the way was outstanding. Again, this combines both residential and commercial uses from home. So here's some actual examples here in front of you. And our architect is Bassini Langoni. They're actually a Newport Beach-based architect that's worked with the Irvine Company, and they do it real well. So for example, if you see that one in the middle there where it says Turville, that would be a interface to your San Felipe corridor. That's what you would see. You would see activity. You would see landscape designs that are attractive, that really would fill. That's a huge gap you have there right now, and it's been vacant for many years. Imagine filling that in with a street wall that has a wide sidewalk up to 10 to 15 feet. So I'm physically walking in and around these. And so we're going to actually have a speaker here today who's an artist and a muralist. And so this is available for, those folks that have been working from home here in your community, but maybe, they need more of space. They want to increase their business. They need more visibility. They need the ability to have something where, it's 500 to 700 feet, but that 500 to 700 feet is my workspace, and it's also space that I can invite in. It's tax season, God forbid. Accountants utilize this space a lot as well. Lawyers. So these are people here in San Benito County who may have actually been commuting to the Bay Area for space that now will have their own space, because you hear this all the time. Oh, I have this great house, but I don't have enough space for, I'm working from home now. I don't have enough space for this. This will fit a need here in San Benito County that I think has not been met. And it also has the urban edginess that will attract more businesses in. As I stood on San Felipe Road, I saw the McDonald's, I saw the Taco Bell, I saw the great little strip commercial next to it. I'm like, man, this is perfect. It's all built in for these residents. The one thing that was missing that's here greatly in your downtown is maybe a couple more restaurants and a couple more, but that's going to come with this development. What does retail follow? Rooftops. Where does retail want to be? It wants to be in commercial corridors where it's not just reliant on the car to drive and park, but for people to walk. Again, you're doing it right. It's happening here. I can see it. Let's take it all the way down San Felipe Road. Let's take it down Sunny Slope Road. Let's continue that. So we're here humbly before you today. Again, I return, Mr. Mayor, after 20 years. I think you were just beginning your elected office. Thank you for your service. Maybe, yeah, in the 90s. And so I remember George Lewis sitting over there and Elaine Cass and all the great former folks that used to work here. Yeah, see, if you remember those names. And so, but I return as a commercial developer, not a dirt devil. I'm not here. I'll pay your school fees. I listen, tell me what like your last speaker got it right. Tell me what you need to do, because this is about commercial development and about lifestyle and making Hollister sexy, because this is what's going to go on, ladies and gentlemen. It's not just about building how far we can go into the farmland. It's about taking infill development and utilizing it and continue your city build. So humbly, we'd like to kind of get a direction from you today to work with your city manager and staff. And then we would like to somewhat go on a parallel track with your general plan. So I know that's a nuance, But at our risk, we'd like to do that. We know there's going to be improvements that are necessary, turning lanes along San Felipe Road. We know that's going to be extraordinarily important, that those traffic measures will have to be met. But we'd like to proceed with that. And we've got a couple other properties here that we're also interested in. And, again, I'm here to answer questions. It's been a long morning. And by the way, good job working on Saturdays. My goodness gracious. I know you guys have other jobs, but thank you for this. And we really appreciate the business aspect of this time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I must say, you had me at when you said making Hollister sexy, because I'm there, I'm in. So thank you for that.
Sure.
And honestly, you kind of got me at your willingness to speak to the subject that we've been talking a little bit about today about school fees. For me, that's a critical element of this. I'm not 100% convinced that this will house local residents, because I'm not really sure what market rate means. And I honestly don't know that a lot of our residents can afford a lot of market rate. And so on a serious note, do you have an appetite or any will to maybe make a percentage of the rental properties affordable?
Well, it's, as you know, construction costs are extraordinarily high. So let me give you the ranges right now that we're going to try to achieve with this project. So we think that it'll rent somewhere between $2,000 and $3,000. I'm giving a pretty wide swath there, but as I mentioned, those 96% of the people that are renting here now are already paying that. So, and they're paying that, and they're on a year-to-year basis without any of the amenities that I mentioned. I'd like to explore that maybe from a moderate rate perspective, because it goes with the missing middle, and moderate rate tends to somewhat work. I don't want to commit to a percentage at this point, but it would certainly be something that we could work through with Mr. Miller and his staff, and at least provide you the answers that you need.
Yeah, and I appreciate your openness and your willingness. I don't know where we land at the end of the day on this, but is this going to be a gated community, or is that what your vision is for a gated community? Or
no? The exact opposite, because we want to invite people in, and the nature of the development along San Felipe has to have people in. In fact, I saw a gated community on San Felipe Road, and I kind of smirked at it. I don't like gated communities. I never have. I never will, even though I like the golf. But in this case, what I was proposing is that, and we will do, is that the streets would be private. So there would be no, with the exception of your public streets, there'd be no maintenance responsibilities inside the project, but absolutely not gated.
Hang on a second. We're having a medical emergency here.
Uh-oh.
Is that Billy?
Is he okay? Uh-oh. Did somebody call? Did he collapse?
Billy.
Stuart Fami's here? My goodness. Where's Nader I mean, yeah, no, I was here. Please, no.
We've got lunch later.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
All right, everyone, let's resume the meeting and let's prayers for Billy. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. So, actually, Mr. Miller, I heard our presenters say that to move forward would require a general plan text amendment. What is that and what does that entail?
Yeah, but I believe, like I said, we didn't vet any of these. With the general plan, it doesn't match the general plan, the requirement of the general plan.
I can add to that. The new general plan will allow for this.
Oh,
Right. So I think that's why they want to go
That's
concurrent.
almost ready to come before us.
Okay. Well, that
So that-
simplifies it. No response necessary. It seems like that's resolved.
Okay.
So, I think that's all for now. I think all the other questions will come with time. Thank you.
Mr. Resendez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to start off by saying I think today's been extremely valuable. Thank you, Brett. And I know that you wanted to have this day dedicated to development here in our community, and it really has. And so far, I'm really appreciating and liking what I'm seeing as far as the infill projects, the multifamily, the affordable. This is everything our community's been asking for. So thank you. And it's good, I think, to have everybody in the same room so that we can have this conversation in an open, fair, transparent process. So I really appreciate this. It's very valuable. I had the same questions as Councilmember Burns, and it looks like that was answered as far as the text amendment. I'm wondering if you can, well, I guess I'll say this. When it says we build for rent, so who owns these condos? Are they going to be sold individually? Is the developer going to retain them and then they're going to rent them? Like, what does that look like?
Sure. Excellent question. So Republic Urban Properties would own this property. It would be like a commercial backed security that eventually what we do is we construct it, we rent it out, we get it stabilized, and stabilized means 95% of it is full. So it's occupied at 95%. At that point, we then we go for a refinancing event with either an insurance, like Principal Group, for example, is one of our main partners. Or we might go to Freddie or Fannie in the agency loans or FHA. And those are commercial backed security loans that go out, 30 years. So it's not our intention to sell these townhomes individually. These will be rented in perpetuity. We're not going to map them individually. So imagine each building will have a map, right? You'll have probably up to 4 parcels in a final map, but we won't be mapping those townhomes. Those townhomes will all be rented, and so it'll act as one commercial property.
Good, thank you for answering that. I wasn't confused about that. I never heard that before.
Sure.
The other thing is I'm hoping that that you'll advertise locally. I think that's something we heard from somebody else. I mean, we are in desperate dire need for multifamily, and I'd like to see that our residents get priority on that. I know we can't do that legally, but I'd really like to see a strong push for local advertisements. And then I am also very much in favor of seeing some type of affordable component to your project. So I'd like to see it come back with some type of affordable component to it, but I am very much in favor. I like what I see. One question is the commercial. So is it going to be mixed use? No, is the orange tops, is that going to be your commercial buildings?
Right. So it is mixed use. So imagine all of those units that front San Felipe Road would have a 500 to 700 square foot office for a person to have a business, just like I illustrated on the presentation. So imagine, like, again, the best example, you're going to hear from an artist, I think, that's going to testify, but an artist or, a lawyer, an accountant, or anybody that works from home. Frankly, it doesn't have to have their own business. They could work for someone out of, where instead of commuting, they're working from home in that space. It's going to be a highly desirable product type.
I bet. Thank you. Okay, perfect. Thanks.
Thank you.
Great. Councilmember Perez, you have a question, comment?
I too would like to see some type of affordable housing in there. I do like the frontage part, like we were talking about. Look forward to seeing more about this. Great. You guys picked the right presenter. That's
Thank you.
it.
Very good.
Councilmember Mills. Thank you. I have a couple of comments, by the way, so everyone knows. with the new general plan, it will require the affordable component in there, even with the rents.
Okay,
Just so you're aware.
Thank you.
That's part of the, we did spent a lot of time on that general plan, the new one coming up. So good. I'm exactly, again, what we're looking for. The densities, probably a little higher if possible. Your concept for San Felipe Street, just dead on. And this is going to be exciting. This is what is going to make Hollister fun to be, live and work. And I'm looking forward to more of these projects coming forward. So I think you're okay as far as what we put into the general plan. And it sounds like you're on the right path at this point. I would just say probably a little more density.
Sure.
Get more residents in there. And I can't see much. I know it's just a quick rendering you guys put together, but.
Yeah, and I do want to clarify, Mr. Mayor, we're actually, so thank you for your leadership on the GPAC and Councilmember Resendez. We know we're getting there, right, through the EIR process, and we've seen your preferred map in the general plan. But I just wanted to make it clear what we're hoping to do is, take these necessary steps here to prepare for that. So that would require a general plan amendment, because we'd be amending the old general plan, even though we know you don't like it and you're fixing it, right? And you're fixing it to what we're doing here, right? So I just want to make it clear, we would be hoping to come back to you, to the City Planning Commission first, obviously, and then City Council for that general plan amendment, just so we could put some wheels underneath this bus and have it navigating forward. Yeah.
And I would say if it was going to take a while longer, I would agree with you, but this is going to be the next few months here. It's coming forward with the to approve the general plan. So I think by the time you start getting ready what you're going to propose, you should fit right into that timeline. Shouldn't hold you up any.
Okay.
If I thought it did, I would agree with you and just say, okay, let's as long as it's going to fit the new general plan, that's fine. But I think you're going to be fine time wise.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate
Good
it.
seeing you again.
Good seeing
You
you.
have a speaker.
Lila Jamelos.
Hi, my name is Lila Jamelos, and I'm here to speak on behalf of these hybrid commercial and residential apartment rental spaces. I'm a public artist emerging onto the national stage, and I was having a hard time inviting people essentially into my home because I was working from home to come and view artwork. I was working and living out of a 300 square foot apartment. This interesting middle that gets left out are small business owners or people with businesses online who are ready to grow and sort of need a more professional setting. And these types of units really do that. I didn't come to this decision. Initially, I was looking at renting office space separately, but even at $1,000, what I was looking at renting was a cubicle. It still wasn't the professional setting that I needed to be in. I wasn't able to find anything with any foot traffic. I couldn't find wall space to hang artwork in as an artist. So when I found my live work apartment on San Pedro Square in San Jose, I found the sexiest location. I found high wall space. I also have access to conference and presentation space, which means that I can host the meeting as opposed to always going to other people. I have access to the gym and the pool, which means as a small business owner, I'm able to disconnect from my business for a moment. My apartment is also completely designed for how I live. They are beautiful, compartmentalized spaces that are broad and open. It allows me to both live and work. I could not speak more proudly about the decision I've made here. It was a creative pivot. It was not what I was initially expecting. And it is the perfect solution. I have a bunch of my artist friends trying to get into my building now. and good luck to them because it's full. This thing is always full. These spaces are always, even at market rate, they are always in and out. So this is a great setting for young professionals, entrepreneurs, and small businesses that add to the vibrancy of your city. You keep locals there and continuing to grow their businesses. And when they are ready to leave, hopefully they're ready to rent out this space as their commercial.
Thank you, Lila.
Thank you.
Thank you.
3 minutes. Councilor Sanders, do you have a comment?
A brief one. Thank you to the speaker, and she reminded me of something. I know in San Jose where she's talking about across the street at the parking garage, they've got these little, I don't even want to know what you want. I don't know how you refer to them, but they're like these non-conventional, quote unquote, starter spaces. And you've talked about it before. What do we call those?
Yeah, I don't remember the exact term, but this is, as I mentioned earlier to the other group, you have a lot of small business owners trying to get started, as your artist mentioned. And this is exactly what's going to happen. You're going to have artists coming into these spaces, which should be, by the way, the other project we just talked about, same type of conversation, because it does lead to more visitors coming in to see their works or whatever their businesses are. And I'm live workspaces, and as he's pointing out, but I don't.
They're incubation spaces.
Incubation slash I think
innovation.
Yeah, but Moss Landing also has some at the new area over there where they have the new coffee shop.
Artist
and stuff.
lofts, they call them that. Artist lofts, yeah.
So I just, if you're looking for sexy, quote unquote, if you're looking for, a non-conventional, then I would just encourage you to look into some different designs.
Sure.
Because I think it would really, really complement the area nicely, and it would really draw a more future type of development. I don't know what the words are for it, but I think if we could look at something different, just like where she resides in San Pedro Square, and get something a little bit more non-conventional out there, it'll be a really cool, hip area. And I just think it would really add to that.
Thank you. And just one other note, we intend to have public art here too. We're going to invite muralists like Lila, but locally here, to when we help brand and name this project. So I just want to let you know that it just doesn't stop with the people that work there. It's about the community just participating in this development, and we love community participation.
Thank you. And one more quick question. So those units, the work units, each of them would have to have a business license too, right? So that we make sure they're actually actively trying to get their business.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
100%.
Mayor,
excellent.
Mayor, if not a business license, certainly a home occupation permit to be in compliance with our existing code. But as it relates to the public art, I would really highly encourage you to work with our Art and Culture Commission on public art. I think they're all successful. They all have great ideas, and we're looking forward to their work. And I think it could be a great collaborative effort.
Oh, I love that. I love that. And we'd love to do that.
Thanks.
Okay, that was the last speaker. Well, thank you for coming out today. We will now move to item A5. You're good, guys. Thank you.
Look at Israel. Have a nice weekend. Yeah. God bless.
Yeah.
Okay, for our last item with the public, it would be the land lane pre-zone for annex presentation. And Victor will start this one off.
All right, excellent. Thank you all. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here with you once again. Happy you're thrilled about the last project. The work that they've done, Michael has done in the community in the Bay Area has been pretty amazing. So looking forward to navigating that project forward. So here we are once again. I came in, I think, in January for a request to move this Lad Lane pre-zone for annexation forward. So, and again, thank you for this opportunity to share this with you. We did come before the council on this pre-zone for annexation in the past. So we're asking for reconsideration of it. We do understand that you're that you're within this general plan change, but the good thing is that I think we have a path to allow us to move forward. So happy to take any questions along the way or as you see fit, Mr. Mayor. So all right. So Perfect. Project location, you know where this is, right next to Lad Lane Elementary School, Union Road, and what we hope to be the new Lad Lane and South Street, or excuse me, Union Road intersection as well. Property is currently zoned, as you're all aware, in the general plan designation as low density. I do understand that the General Plan Advisory Committee and also other members of the council desire to see higher densities in the community. I can agree with you more. I'm happy that that approach is taken. We conform, my clients conform to whatever the designations happen to be. And I know people are getting tired of seeing the traditional 5,000 to 7,000 square foot lots. Looks like we're heading in a new direction. And I look forward to continuing to partner with you to meet your housing goals and here maybe some other goals as well. So the general plan, again, the GPAC is considering or seeking a medium density general plan designation in the Envision 2040 plan. And again, really good to see. A good thing, again, is that if you allow us to move forward today, we can still hit those medium density general plan designations of generally about 2,800 to 3,200 square foot lots. But in addition to that, maybe provide other services as well, which we'll get into here in just a second. Have you seen our product here in this case? And I forgot to introduce Stuart Fahmy, who's here with us. He's a project applicant and also property owner as well. And then Ann Hall, our engineer as well, could answer questions. So Stuart is certainly not new to the community. We've done a number of projects here, including the West Gateway. In that project, just a friendly reminder, we did come to you with something similar, but we did end up adding multi-housing as well as a request from the city, and I think a desire of the council as well. So again, you've seen similar elevations as this as well. Lad Lane currently has the park there at the end of Nora Drive. We look forward to working with your staff to potentially expand that project. But I'll tell you right now, we're hearing a wide variety of needs. I appreciate the presentation from Sean Tenenbaum this morning. I love what they've done with their state-of-the-art high school and facility, but the swimming pool or the recreational area in those areas is not open to the public. We want to change that. There have been desires of potentially having a community center elsewhere, maybe a community swimming pool. Stuart isn't kicking me in the leg yet, so community swimming pool, something that attract the community to this area. We desperately need that, and we'd be more than willing to work with you at this project site for some community benefits as well. Current traffic circulation, as you know, especially during morning and morning peak and afternoon peak hours, school peak hours, sorry, just to be clear. You get movement of transportation to the east, west, and north. Many also traverse toward Nora Drive into that neighborhood, and then along the back end of Target as well. So we're hoping that this project, by punching through Lad Lane to Union Road, could help circulate that traffic a bit as well. And you can see that here in our next slide. We would obviously be responsible for all the improvements along Lad Lane, Union Road. We know that is being considered for realignment, and we'd be more than willing to work with the city to address those traffic circulation issues, whether that may be a signal light, roundabout, whatever it may be. Obviously we would work with the city to get that done. So our request here today, you've heard it before. We're here again, once again here in front of you. Currently, it's a low density designation through a performance agreement in the current zoning. It's currently zoned low density. Through a performance agreement, we'd be more than willing to sign that document in tandem with a pre-zone for annexation to still meet what you hope to be a medium density designation on this property. That is in your preferred map that the General Plan Advisory Committee is leading. That is where you're hoping to be. We're hoping to help you meet those zoning designations through this low density with a performance agreement. So really, that's really what we want to share with you here today. Happy to answer any questions you may have. We understand there's likely going to be an affordable component of it. Stuart was the first one to say to me during the high school presentation, Victor cut a check. Wasn't sure if he was telling me or he was going to cut the check, but whatever. We're more than willing to work with the high school also to address their lack of funding for a second high school. And again, we've heard the potential need for commercial. That's certainly not out of the case, out of this situation either. That could potentially be a good location near the intersection of Union Road and Ladd Lane, future intersection. We'd be more than willing to have those discussions. Can't have those discussions until we move this pre-zone forward. So again, looking for direction from the council here to allow us to bring back the pre-zone for annexation for this property to a regularly scheduled city council meeting, allow us to then submit conceptual ideas, run whatever environmental impact and mitigations we need to do on the property, and then eventually move forward to LAFCO for annexation. So happy to answer any questions you may have and hope to get your support here.
Wait for the hand to move, Mr. Burns. You're slowing down on me. Mr. Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Are you sure?
I'm good for now.
Okay.
Could I
Join
just
us all off. Go ahead.
add to the presentation? I think Victor covered everything, but after having sat through this whole meeting, there's been a number of topics discussed, a number of issues discussed. I think it's been very informative, but I would just, the word developer, as often presented at the city council, is given a very negative connotation. You know, those evil out-of-town developers coming to take advantage of the city.
I'm the exception.
The reality is anybody who's doing any type of improvement is a developer. And so when you say, oh, we have to make this harder for developers, I just want you to keep in mind that also means anybody who wants to put an ADU in their backyard, anybody who wants to open a new business in the business park, in the industrial park, they all go through the same process as what is perceived as big out-of-town developers. But development is what allows the city to get things done. I mean, development is not a negative thing. It does have to be controlled. I think everyone agrees on that. It needs to be done in a fashion, in a planned fashion, but it's not in and of itself a negative thing. If we had no development and no change, we'd have the same problems and without much ability to do much about them right now. And the high school talked about what development means to them earlier. I won't go into that anymore. But to me, development should be looked upon as an opportunity. There's an opportunity for the city to say, this is what we want in this area. And how is your project going to help us meet that? In this particular case, this area is not in the sphere of influence of the city, but it's a very obvious area that should be. It's been discussed at the General Plan Committee. The Union Road is a really obvious demarcation. This is an extension of housing that's already there. It's right next to a school. There's an opportunity to improve a congested situation with traffic. Ladd Lane is designed as a wider road. And right now, the only place it goes to is the school and then into neighborhoods. If it went through to Union, which is another main road, that would make a lot more sense and take school traffic off of local residential streets. But, and then I know part of the discussion earlier that the general plan is coming. I understand the general plan is coming, but I've been through a couple general plans. You might be done with it in 3 months. It might not be approved for 4 or 5 years because we've seen that before. So the request today would be go forward with this annexation now with the understanding that the current density is low density, but we agree to build under the agreement to the density you're proposing under the general plan. But to wait for that general plan projects themselves take 3 or 4 years to go anywhere. The general plan update could take that long to get approved. We'd like to go forward with the rezoning now. The request has already been in at the city, and we'd like that initiation for pre-zone to be allowed to go forward. So now, so that we can maybe have this project in 3 or 4 years. I think other than that, Victor covered everything, but I just wanted to add my 2 cents.
Thank you. You had a comment. You want to finish that?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm disappointed that our planning staff's not here because I would like to know what exactly is planned in the general plan for this area. I remember that when we were talking about it, it was considered a special something district, I think, and they had specific plans for it. I heard from Mr. Gomez that it's currently zoned low density, and the new general plan is going to zone it for medium density. Is that correct? Or what exactly is planned in the new general plan for this area? Number one.
It was moving to medium density, but we did also start talking about more of a higher density for this area.
Thank you for that reminder. So this is something that it's not within the city limit. I mean, it's not an infill project. It's not very reflective of all the other projects that you brought to us today. I mean, to call that a park on Nora, that is not a park. I'm sorry. It's an insult, I think, to our residents and to our community. I know, but I'm just going to make that very clear that we need real parks here. We do need real community centers here. I think that, and we need a community swimming pool, right? So I've got to be honest with you. I'm not very fond of developers dangling carrots in front of us and saying, I will give you this, I'll give you that, I'll give you this. And I know we've worked with you on a number of projects here. So how many parks, community centers, and swimming pools have you brought or contributed to our city?
Well, we haven't been asked to bring any, but as you know, Mr. Resendez, I apologize if my pronunciation sometimes is not correct. We've talked before about that, and I indicated that we will be willing to work with you either on a community center on the property or a different piece of land. We're willing to contribute money to build the community center. We're willing to carve a portion of the project for an affordable project similar to the one that was presented here. We are going to relieve the traffic of the whole residential area. In other words, I am willing to work with you. And again, I reiterate what Ann said about the developer having been tagged with whatever name. We are here to help growth as the mayor suggested, in a very smart and effective way. And this is what we're asking for, is to start the negotiating process with the city, with you, with the planning commission, in order for us to all be a win-win situation. I've been here since before 9 o'clock. I've heard all the arguments. They're all very good. We are going to be meeting with Mr. Tannenbaum. And we are going to work with you on an affordable project. Not everything, but something that is going to make sense for us and something that's going to make sense for the city. Obviously, the city in its own wisdom decided not to meet individually with any of you because of transparency. In fact, Ms. Morales, this is the first time I meet with you today, even though she is the council member that is responsible for District 3, I believe. But that's good. That's good. I like the openness. I like the idea of discussing things. We are willing to work with you if you give us a green light to go ahead and present something. Nothing is going to be set in concrete unless we present something that's going to be good for the city and good for us. And whether it be affordable element, whether it be community center, whether it be a pool, whether it be this park that you're talking about that is not a park, expanding it and make it into a real park, something that we can all be proud of and have our constituents and citizens here work with you. This is not the only project I've done here. The last project, and unfortunately Billy fell ill, but he and the mayor, because he was the only member on the council at the time we got the project approved, I hate to say that, but twisted my arm for $300,000 to build the units, which we did. It's now under construction because it apparently has been promises by developers in the past to build multifamily homes, which never took place. We did keep our promise. We did build the units. And so we lived up to our commitment, and I intend to do that. I intend to work with you in a cooperative way. I'm happy we're doing it in a public hearing setup. Whenever I met with you before in the past, I've never asked any of you to do anything. All it was a conversation. That's what I'm planning on doing What are your thoughts? I really want to hear your thoughts. I want to hear what the city wants, and we're going to comply with these thoughts as much as we possibly can, as long as it makes financial sense. I do have a checkbook. It's not a blank check, but it is a check, and I'm willing to do what's good for the city and what's good for us. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do you have another comment?
I just want to say thank you for being here. Thank you for being open, honest, and transparent. And this is what we want to see, I think, moving forward, is a better relationship with the development community that understands what our community's needs and interests are. And I think that everything you said alluded to that. I just need a little bit more reassurance as far as having a general plan that has an inclusionary housing element, having the density ironed out, and that we do take in consideration all the work that was put in for that one area. So those are my thoughts, and I really do appreciate it.
And you have my word that I will work with you in a transparent fact, not only you, the whole council and the city staff and the city manager, to accomplish exactly what you're talking about, all of you. So
thank you.
I appreciate the opportunity, and I thank you for it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Morales?
I thank you, and it's a pleasure meeting you. I do want to say that when we are ready, there are a lot of concerns of District 3 residents, particularly, especially if this project is going to be in District 3. And some of the things are like parks, ability to just be able to, when you do build, to be able to have the ability to walk. A lot of people walk with their dogs. And so lighting is also really important. So as we're moving forward, I do have a list of concerns from the residents when I was campaigning, and a lot of the different concerns that they had in terms of what they'd like to see, and kind of things that are really important to them.
And these are all legitimate concerns. And again, we will be more than happy to talk to you about these concerns and try to meet them. And we will meet them, God willing.
Yeah, I do want to just share really quick, Councilmember Morales, and that is, we do public noticing on projects. We do these things supposedly to reach out. It's not happening, and it's not happening enough, and it needs to happen more. So not only do I believe that we need to be, and Roland said it perfectly, this session's actually been really good. Sorry, forgot the donuts, but this is a really good session. I'm glad we're doing this. But there needs to be more community involvement in all projects, not just this one specifically, all projects. So we hope to work with the council representative in these districts, with you specifically, Dolores, on this one. We'd be more than happy to partner with you and the school district, maybe host a community meeting at Lad Lane to talk about this project, what their needs are, and your list as well. We'd be more than happy to do that.
And I must add that I'm at the disadvantage being the last item on the agenda. So you're all tired. You all want to get out of here. But I've been here with you since 8:45, and I do appreciate your public service. And it's a long day for a Saturday. And I appreciate. And I know, Mr. Mayor, I'm getting out of it.
No. I'll be here all day if you want. Mr. Burns, you had a comment.
I do. I'm refreshed by this conversation, and I'm not tired. I'm not cranky yet. Having said all of that, I'm curious about the number of units that would have been developed under low density versus what is now, at least what I've heard, medium density. But I've also heard there's a possibility it could go high density, and so. How does that impact any project that you want to develop, and how would that change your position?
You want to address that? Go ahead.
So low density for the city is 1 to 8 units per acre, and then medium density is 8 to 12 units per acre. High density is, I believe, 12 to 30 units per acre. So obviously it would be 1.5 times potentially for medium density than it would be over low density. If you had 8 and you could go up to 12. I do know, as was mentioned, that there's conversation about potentially high density. I would say when you have low density residential neighborhoods, they don't like high density right next to them. The median density is generally considered transitional to a high density. So I'm not sure this is an ideal location for high density, but it could be gradiated throughout the site, I think, but that would still probably fall in the medium density overall category, which is what I think would probably be more accurate for this location. But those are the numbers that those densities relate to, if that answers your questions.
And correct me if I'm mistaken, Ann, but something that can be done about density is by adding and carving out a portion of the project as affordable with higher density that will work out at the end to meet the medium density, which I believe in the last meeting, which unfortunately for health reason, I wasn't able to afford, but I mean to attend, but I was told that you, particularly Mr. Rezenes and the mayor wanted the medium density going, and I think the whole council, and we'll be happy to meet that by working out a balance act between medium and high density. Like we did in the Solario project. That's what we ended up doing, and that's how we end up.
So you have the experience and you have the examples of how that actually could work and how it would look.
We sure do, and we'll work with you again. It's a negotiating thing, and we submit it to you, and we hear your input, and we try as much as possible to accommodate your demands as well as making sure it makes sense for us too.
I understand, and one of the benefits I think to going last is you've heard the council's tendencies all morning long, and I think that we've been consistent in our concerns and our interests. And so, Victor, the Ward Homes project off of Fairview, I know that they came in and ultimately it started with 50, I think, rental units, and we ended at, I think, 100. And,
That's correct.
And so would that be an example of where this type of project could also go in relation to that?
Yeah, I do expect, number one, when we came back to the council on the Award Homes project for an amendment to the development agreement, we asked for a trade-off on the affordable. So we went from 50 single-family affordable to 100 multi-housing affordable. In addition to that, and I think this was probably the best move on that project specifically, but it does impact this project, is to move to newly revised. And Mayor, you talk about this quite a bit, and I think it's critical as you continue to enter these discussions with developers, is coming at least to net zero, right? Because we hear a lot about housing being negatives in communities, right? And generally, I'll be candid with you, if it wasn't for all other alternative sources of income, it would be, right? But you've done a fabulous job with your CFDs and elevating those CFDs to reflect the needs of this growing community. The Award Homes project alone, just the change in development added another $2 million a year to city coffers for maintenance of roads and things of that sort. So by default, many of these new communities that are coming in, unfortunately, we can't apply it to the old ones, but the good thing is that many of these communities are now almost operating as HOAs without a board, right? And I think that's kind of what you wanted, right? And I don't think that's a bad thing. I'm not complaining about it. The homeowners have to pay for it, but in many cases, the homeowners, in many cases, that's all disclosed, up front, and those are the needs that they'll need to meet.
Right. Thank you for the additional information. It's helpful to me. I do want to say that I don't see that this wouldn't create some traffic congestion for us, because if these are homes that are priced at $500,000 or more, in all likelihood, most of these folks are not going to come from our region. They're going to come from somewhere else to make Hollister their home. And I'm okay with that. But I also recognize if they're doing the commute back to Silicon Valley, it's going to add to our traffic congestion. So I don't think it doesn't come without cost. And so I just wanted to be clear on that. And then I guess the final thing I just wanted to say, and I mean this honestly, but it may sound a bit sarcastic, I don't view developers as, or the word development, as a dirty word. I see their value, the potential, and the necessity, but I also think it's incumbent on this council to do things smartly and not rush to decisions. But in this case, I'm going to support moving forward with this to give you the next step in that direction, knowing that the general plan will come forward. And so in my mind, you've answered all our questions, and you've inferred that you're willing to help us as a community. And I see that as a valuable asset.
I really look forward to that. I live here. I live in Hollister. I work in Hollister. I do all my work here in Hollister. And yeah, so having these relationships with community organizations and addressing their needs, and also the rec department, I had just a brief conversation with Tina, about that, about potentially doing some kind of recreational activity on site here. It's needed. We don't have do you guys remember the Bellotto Park pool? You guys remember the Bellotto Park pool? Oh, yeah, had about 200 kids in it, and I don't know what the chlorine levels were at those places, but it didn't look good, really good. But that's what we grew up in, right? 5, 6 years old, swimming out there at Bellotto Park. But anyway, there's needs that we need to fulfill. But I think we could achieve those goals, Councilmember Burns, through these performance agreements, reach these goals. And if we want higher density on a portion of this, you've heard it straight from Stuart. He's willing to do that, and we could come back to you with, I think, a plan that will address community benefits. I didn't mean to be insulting Councilmember Resendez on the park, because it's not a park. Willing to, I don't know if you guys remember the Chapel Road Master Plan, but in that master plan, it included a linear park, right? So you'll have people running a running trail through buffering the bypass and the homes that are going to be going up there eventually. We're willing to, I want to meet with you. I want to talk to those that I'm able to talk to, right? And see what the needs, as Councilmember Morales indicated, are of that specific community.
Thank you for your comments.
I'm sorry. I ditto whatever Victor said. One final point I want to make is that listening to all of the folks ahead of us gave me a thought, and I'm not so sure it can be done, but I'm thinking of talking to someone that I know that does senior affordable section, and that may help with the traffic issue. If I can, I'm not promising that, but I'm promising that I will talk to someone, and then whatever portion we have for affordable, it may be in a senior affordable rather than. So it will be have deed restrictions on both ends, the 55 years and a 55 years old type restriction. So we'll go 55, not the old speed limit, by the way. Thank you all, and I really appreciate your.
So I had a question. So how many acres is this?
Total of about 18 acres.
18
acres roughly. I think the what is the southern portion is 3.7, and then there are two parcels. One is 3.7 and one is 14 point something. So about 18 acres total.
Yeah, because I was thinking that, well, going through that neighborhood, it's like, there seems to be a lack of parks in that area. And this is a great opportunity for us to bring something in there. But I was thinking, like Councilman Burns was saying, like that it's going to bring more traffic to that area, and thinking of the arteries and all that stuff. But you really countered really good with trying to bring something with the seniors in there. But I see that.
I'm not promising that, but what I promise is that I will approach that and see if it is doable. Can't do everything. We'll be happy to, but we will do something that will be good for everyone.
So what I see is a blank canvas here that we can create just about anything we want in there, and everyone's willing to come to the table to talk about it and get something done for the community, the benefit of the community, and looking. I'm in favor of moving this forward. Also,
thank you.
So I have a few comments, and
Sure.
want to address a couple of things. HOA, Mr. Gomez mentioned, the CFDs are acting like HOAs. The reality is we need to get to the HOA, because CFDs are helping us quite a bit, and it has made a tremendous impact from where we were. But homeowners, CFDs, they want instant. And HOAs, the good thing about HOAs is they're responsible for their landscapers. They're responsible for all their things. So they get a better response, and quite frankly, at a lower cost. So HOAs is something I keep mentioning, and hopefully we're going to get there. I wanted to address some of the other comments, Ms. Hall, you made about developers and bad name. It doesn't have to be that way. It doesn't have to be that way. But in this community, it became that way because for too long, there was too many side deals, and too many times it was like, well, we'll worry about it next time and the next time. Each time knowing full well we were going to pay the price and it was going to hurt this community. And we did it 1 too many times. No, 10 too many. No, 100 too many times. And this is what put us back. Development's not bad if it's planned well. for our community. And that's what's important. That's what today was really, I was excited. Today, I thought went very, very well. And the number one part of that is we're hearing it together. We're talking about it together. We're not having a side room conversation. Not that it's a bad conversation, but we're doing it together. So I want to make sure we're understanding, first off, this doesn't mean that we go off and talk to each person separately again. We never want to go back there. That's how we got into trouble in the past. We want to make sure what comes before us makes sense. You know, each of us knows different pieces to this. The conversation about moving to a higher density partly came because the state is coming back saying, oh no, we don't want you to have a few more thousand. We want you to put 5 more thousand homes in your community. It's like, wait, what? How in the world are we going to do this? And that's basically going to come from a higher density because we don't need more sprawl. We just need to plan much better. How do we make that work next to low density? That's just planning. A good architect is going to figure that out. You're going to sell once you get your rights, you're going to sell that property to a developer that's going to build it. But we want to make sure that they understand what the parameters are and they're clear about it, because once they get it, they're going to they might be one of those that does whatever they want, saying too bad for you. And we never want to go there. And you've been very good about keeping your word on things. And I want to keep seeing that. The conversation about punching through from Union, I will not support that at all. Lad Lane, it's a funny little street. Ms. Hall, you mentioned it was 4 lanes, and we're actually shrinking that back down to 2 protected bike lanes and doing different things because it runs straight into a shopping center, Chespinos, which is an absolute nightmare during traffic hours. So that's never going to change. And if we punch through from Union, that's going to create much more flow racing through there, first racing through near a school, and then to the end, creating more traffic backup. So the conversation about punching through from Union, it's not a good one. But some of the other conversations we had here, the parks or some of the other things, the green belt, there's a lot of great things that can happen here. But we got to get this general plan approved. And Ms. Hall, you made another important comment. You said, hey, I've been through this and it might take 5 years. If that's what happens, well, then we shouldn't approve anything else coming into the city until we approve that general plan, because I can tell you, I spent a good 5 years just trying to convince the council that we needed to update the general plan because it was flawed in so many different ways that allowed so many different bad things to happen. But we did a really good job with this update, and I'm pretty proud of it. It's not perfect, not everything I wanted in it, but it's a good job, and we need to get that thing passed. So then we could start talking about, okay, now we could bring these, start annexing, so we're all understanding the same rules rather than doing it before. If we do it before, we're going to find ourselves, well, you already annexed in, so you have to let us do this. We don't want to go to the conversation. This is happening really soon with our general plan. As I mentioned to the other people, it's going to be a few months, as I understand, it'll be coming before us again to start making that decision. And hopefully it doesn't take 5 years. And again, if the decision is not to approve it, I will be 100% approving anything, because that's how important that new general plan is. It was, as said in the past, it was flawed, but we worked together as a community. And again, you saw some really good projects. And I know this project you're mentioning here can be one of those really good projects. Besides that, I'm going to go back and ask about that pool at the high school, because I thought the public could use it, but they have to come in, Victor.
Yeah.
There's certain days, right?
Certain days.
They go back and forth.
Actually, the fees have been the biggest complaint.
Yeah, so we have to make sure we're back on that. But those are my my
And
comments.
thank you for your comments. And I sure hope, like you do, like it's not going to take that many years. And I don't think it will.
I think we can do it soon.
Yeah, and we again, nothing is going to happen until we submit something that conform with whatever you have decided as the GP update is going to be. We're not going to go to the low density. We're going to go to the medium and whatever is coming up, not what is now here. We are going to meet that we were hearing you, we're listening to Roland, we're listening to Tim, I apologize, to Mr. Burns, to Mr. Reza, we're listening to you, and we are going to try to meet
And
your concerns.
I gotta say, I appreciate that, but here's why I'm hesitant. In the past, there was properties we had conversations, well, all we want is a pre-zone. And okay, we can start that process. Only later to find out, you can't stop me now, and blah, 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 and so on and so on. So, whoa, where did this conversation come from? So I want to make sure that we're all on the same page. The general plan, once it gets adopted, and we move forward on that. And again, it's
I
only a few
appreciate
months
that.
away.
No, I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate your comments. We are persistent though, and so we are asking for
That's why you're here.
allow us to move forward with this pre-zone for annexation. But I will say this, one thing that's different, Ignacio, because you are telling the truth 100%. That has happened before, right? So what we're actually adding to this conversation, unlike what was brought back before, is not only do we want to bring back the pre-zone for annexation under low density, but what we're saying is we understand that's not what you want. So we want to work with your staff to in tandem prepare a performance agreement that would hold us accountable to that density, right? That would not happen without the pre-zone approval for annexation, right? So it would go together with it. To get to your point, Mr. Mayor, about holding us accountable, we're not just here saying, hey, we're going to do higher density, and then we run low density, and then when we just keep it there. No, we're not saying that. We're saying not only do we want you to reconsider the pre-zone for annexation, but we're willing to commit in writing, signed writing through resolution, that we would abide by those densities that you're pursuing.
And again, I do appreciate that, Victor, but I'm going to just keep, because of the experience I had in the past, it was such a horrible experience. And the, part of it wasn't even the developer. It was, we shouldn't have to go through it. We're so close right now. And as I said, you've all participated in this general plan update. And I think we all agree it's pretty good document, not perfect. And if for whatever reason it doesn't go through, then that just tells me it's just time to stop again. I think we've seen the light. We've seen a better way to do this. And again, a few months, we're going to know. And again, we have to look at these numbers now. The state's trying to shove down our throat, 5,000 units. And their response has been, well, it doesn't mean you have to go out. You can just go up. Okay, well, then we got to figure this out in the plan. So, the state's playing games with us, the schools. And that's why Mr. Burns mentioned, or somebody did, the higher density you have, what ends up happening is those are more of our local residents buying them. Those that are from out of town want their backyard, they want a front yard and all these different things. But we need to take care of our community first. And I'm excited. Again, we're almost there, but I do want to take the time to get through that process. Mr. Burns, did you have a comment?
Oh, I do, Mayor. I've heard what you said, and I don't disagree. Excuse me. But what I do also need to do is I need to factor in an element of trust and reputation, and knowing that this gentleman has worked for the city and delivered results in the past, that speaks volumes to me. And having worked with Mr. Gomez as well, and knowing that he lives in this city and has for a number of years and has sat on this council, that all factors into my wanting to move this thing forward as well. Again, it's about reputation. And in a small town like this, you can't buy a good reputation and you can't shake a bad one. And so for me, I'm going to trust, and I'm going to suggest that we move this forward as a council. Thank you.
And I can appreciate that. Unfortunately, the problem is those that aren't so solid come back and say, hey, you let that guy, you're going to let me. That's my counter to your.
I understand. And I'm willing to have that same conversation with them as well.
Okay.
Burn me once, shame on
Thank you, sir.
me.
Yeah, I'd like
Go
to have a better understanding how we can move this forward. Oftentimes we just keep pushing things further down the timeline, and then pretty soon it's been a year, 2 years, and we're still having the same conversation. So would like to see how we're going to move forward, and what does that mean in terms of votes, or what does that mean, whether it's city manager or city attorney?
City Manager, again, this would be a general plan amendment. I believe on this one, because I don't think it's in there.
No.
It's pre, this one is?
We've
This one was in the sphere?
It's just a pre-zone initiation. We've already, I mean, we put the application in a year ago.
Not in the sphere.
Is it? Is this
It's
one?
not in the sphere.
So,
The sphere needs to be adjusted.
And that's
that
done.
would be.
so that would be a general plan amendment.
Not the, no, so in the, so we would, that's an action done by LAFCO. So LAFCO is the responsible authority to expand the sphere of influence and the urban service area and so on.
So that would
It's
be a
already
general
covered
plan.
under the general plan, so it would just be the LAFCO action.
Is it? I'd like to
Same
see
as
that.
the annexation
Yeah.
needs to go to LAFCO.
I'd like to see that information. That is where I would like to have.
And Mayor, if I could just say, we're not voting on anything today. I think what
Yeah.
what Brett is looking for is direction, at least from three of you. And I think it is important. I think Roland brought this up. It is important to have planning staff here. So that'll probably happen during a regular city council meeting where you'll have planning staff. That way it's not just us sharing it with you. They could certainly verify or counter what we're saying. So.
Thank you.
Yeah, if I've got the direction to bring it back, we can do it under reports about the steps that are required
Mhm.
to move this project forward or not forward.
Yeah.
Bring it back.
Yeah.
A question, and so if LAFCO or the planning commission denies a proposal, there's an appeal process for that also? Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Did we have any speaker cards?
I have no speakers, Mr.
Okay.
Mayor. We have,
I'd like to speak forever, but not today.
So I think you had 3 council members that wanted to move forward. I don't, Mr. Resendez, I don't know what you.
I have my direction.
I'd like to wait to go through the process myself. Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much. Happy Easter.
Good night. I gotta go mow lawn. Yeah, I know. Tomorrow.
Thank you all for your time. Really appreciate it, Mayor. Thank you.
I don't want anything. I'm fine. Yeah, I'm amazing in that.
No, I'll wait till something. Okay.
Jason?
Jason, did you want a steak burrito?
Jason, do you want a burrito?
I think it's unlikely it would get here while it's still warm. So thank you, but no, thank you.
You're gonna Uber it. Well, we're just, yeah, we're just going to close session now.
Yeah, you guys.
Thank you. So item B, we're going to now move to closed session. City Attorney, do we need a motion on this or do we just move into closed session on this one?
Mr. Mayor, we can move into closed session, but I'd like to read into the record what the closed session item is first, please.
Go ahead, sir.
The city council will now move into closed session to discuss the closed session item agendized, which is specifically public employee evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, position title, city manager. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, let's move into closed session. We'll take a few minutes so you can do your order and we'll go from there. Oh. We are good. This time we will resume the meeting of April 2nd, 2022. City Attorney, will you please report out of closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The report out of closed session is that the City Council discussed in closed session the item agendized for closed session discussion, which I read into the record before closed session began. Direction was given to staff, no other reportable action was taken, and the City Council recessed from closed session at 4:41 p.m. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Second.
The motion in a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you. No one? No one's out there.
Where did everybody go?
Have a good evening.
Sir.
Thanks,
Bye,
Jason.
Jason.